dear colleagues, friends, and your representatives of the Council of Europe and the European Commission, it's my great pleasure and honor to welcome you here today on this conference. We are a little bit late with the opening. We were waiting for more participants to come. And first of all, Dunja Mijatovic, who's going to speak soon, is not online yet because she's got some problems with electricity in the place she's in. And Julieta Bisiuri, the director of EIN, has just landed here and she's going to moderate the first panel. But not to delay everything, I would just like to welcome you very warmly, and I would say a few words about the project and about the conference. My name is Maciej Nowicki and I'm heading Helsinki Foundation for Human Rights, which is an organization member of the EIN since the foundation of the network, and also currently a chair of the EIN. And we've got also together with us two other persons from the bureau of the EIN, Ramute Remezaite, who was also instrumental in putting this together, and Georgiana Gorga, and you'll see both of them and hear both of them very soon in the first panel. And I should actually end with this, but I will start with this. It's my real pleasure to thank cordially to all of you, partners of the EIN, for the work over the project about the implementation of the courts, Strasbourg courts, judgments in the free speech cases, but also to the very devoted and miracle-making team of the Secretariat of the EIN. And here we've got Vincent, Cyril, and also Joanna and Agnès, who's not working with us anymore, was instrumental in implementing this really groundbreaking project for EIN, quite innovative, to broaden the, not maybe the scope of our work, but the approach to the implementation, and also forging important alliances also with the media as for the impactful work to make the implementation of the freedom of speech judgments happen. I will sit down because I've got some numbers for you, and I think that they are quite impressive, so I can just mention a couple of them as for what has been achieved and done throughout the project. So, yeah. A few relevant figures and statistics. Since the project's inception, we have involved more than 30 NGOs from 18 European countries in the implementation process for cases related to the right to freedom of expression. We have also assisted our partners in providing more than 40 Rule 9 submissions to the Committee of Ministers concerning at least 31 leading judgments on freedom of expression in 14 European countries, whereas another 20 submissions are in the pipeline and will be submitted before the end of the project. Many of those submissions prompted the respondent governments to engage in really meaningful cooperation with our civil society partners by providing information on steps taken to implement those judgments, including on issues identified by NGOs. Other crucial advocacy efforts that EIN has carried out in the framework of this project were providing regular oral briefings to the Committee of Ministers delegations about the implementation of 8 free speech leading judgments in Azerbaijan, Bulgaria, Hungary, Moldova, and Turkey. Noteworthy, such briefings appear to be an impactful and beneficial exercise for all parties concerned, which is reflected in a high attendance rate from the CM delegations at an amount of 44%. And in addition, EIN and its partners have been actively advocating for change at the national level by conducting various impactful activities. So those activities included public events such as conferences, roundtables, webinars, public debates in several European countries, important media work, communication activities and awareness-raising efforts, as was the case in Romania among many other country examples, and direct advocacy work including meetings with government officials and representatives of national human rights structures or civic participation in the legislative process by presenting relevant proposals to a national parliament in several European countries. And so, substantive-wise, this conference actually, marking already almost 2 years of implementation of the project, can help us identify successes and also obstacles in civil society engagement in the implementation of the leading judgments on the freedom of expression, and also a reflection about further steps to be taken and the continuation of our efforts. And we will start with good examples of a real tangible impact, and actually you can see that many kinds of reforms have been actually implemented, partly thanks to the project's implementation, including some constitutional reforms, legal amendments, but also other steps in implementation of the leading judgments. But we'll also examine the difficult jurisdictions, so to say, and we are all aware that it's not a really good time for human rights, and especially for the freedom of expression, which is crucial for public participation of the citizens, actually. So we'll also discuss about obstacles and opportunities, including those that stem from other factors at Council of Europe, like, for example, the implementation in the European Union member states of the anti-SLAPP directives. And this conference will also serve to actually find out the best practices in the implementation efforts of the civil society. We have already collected them, but what will be discussed here will be taken into account in a publication of the final report that would list those best practices and might be an important advocacy tool for all of us in our further efforts. We also want to publish and disseminate among the members national action plans, and we are thinking about concrete tools for the future. Like, for example, we can discuss about our alert system about the already pending cases or the new cases concerning the freedom of expression, and maintaining a channel of communication between or among all of us for that purpose, to be really aware of what is going to happen. And to conclude with, before conclusion, I would like to ask maybe Cyril if you know that if Dunia is with us or not. I think we're going to go with panel one. Okay, but I'm not finished yet, so let me finish this short introduction, and we'll go with panel one. So I would really like to thank our donors. It's very difficult to solicit funding for the implementation efforts. And we've been really happy to have a support of multiple funders, especially the Swedish Postcode Lottery, the ECtHR Foundation, and the Fritt Ord Foundation were the three of the donors that were instrumental in funding this exercise. And in parallel, the financial support of Sigrid Rausing Trust for the provision of the EIN small sub-grants that funded part of our collaborators' important work added significantly to the impact of the project. Once again, last but not least, I want to thank the EIN dedicated staff, Julieta, who's going to join us soon, Johanna, Vincent, and Cyril, as well as Agnes, who's not longer with us, but was also instrumental in putting all of this together. So without further delay, I think we can move forward to the first panel, and let me just welcome here cordially Ramuta and Georgiana, and Christina will be with us online. Please take seats. When Julieta is going to join us, she will replace me as she was to moderate the panel. But let me remind everyone that this panel is really about the success stories. And let us start with Lithuania and the presentation of Ramuta Remezaite about Makate case. And please, Ramuta, the floor is yours.
Work? Okay. I'll just Good morning, everyone. My name is Ramuta Remazaite, and I'm very happy to be here. And today I happen to be here with 3 professional hats. I think this has never happened before. And I'll explain why. My main hat, professional hat, sits with the European Human Rights Advocacy Center, where I work as a lawyer and the implementation lead, the organization based in London. I'm also very happy to be on the board of EIN together with Maciej and Georgiana and other colleagues. But on this panel, I'm also here as a Lithuanian lawyer, and I'm so happy that as a Lithuanian, I can be on a panel of successes of implementation. And although I will be the one presenting this case, all the credit that concerns the civil society contribution towards successful implementation, of course, goes to a group of Lithuanian NGOs. Unfortunately, none of them could be here with us today, which is why I'm stepping in to convey this very important message of successful implementation in the case of Matsate against Lithuania. If you can move the next slide. And so this case concerns a book for children aimed at 9 to 10 years old, and the book is aimed at promoting social inclusion of various marginalized social groups, involving Roma people, disabled people, same-sex couples, and the reason why this case came around was that the reason of restrictions imposed on this book as a result of in relation to the sort of LGBT issue, and the fact that this book was covering same-sex families and couples, and as a result, this book was suspended. The distribution of this book was suspended for a year. Back in 2014 and 15, and then after that 1 year, it was allowed to be put on for distribution with a clear label that it includes information that may have negative impact on persons under the age of 14. On the basis of the Minors Protection Act. This law specifically lists a number of grounds on which public information can be considered harmful for minors. And one of those grounds was, I quote now, contempt for family values, or if it encourages a different concept of marriage and creation of family. In the slide here, you can see, in the photo, you can see the author of this book, who herself was an activist and an openly homosexual. Unfortunately, she passed away, and she didn't see the light of the strong successful judgment and the implementation in her life. And also you can see the book, which is called Amber Heart, that is the subject of this case. And in 2023, the Grand Chamber of the Court has found a violation of Article 10 on the basis that those measures, namely the restriction on the distribution of the book, was aimed to limit children's access to information depicting same-sex relationships, and the court has found that this cannot be accepted as legitimate under the convention standards. I also added in my slide a couple quotes that I thought are useful from the court judgment, where the court has said not only that there is no evidence that the mere mentioning of the existence of homosexuality can be negatively affect children, quite the opposite. This is what allows them to be exposed to the ideas of diversity, equality, and tolerance. Next slide. And so now I would like to speak about implementation. I will briefly explain what has been done, and then most importantly, I will also spend a few minutes to talk about what has led to these positive, successful developments. And I will mainly speak about general measures, because when it comes to individual measures, the procedure and the outcome was quite standard, that the just satisfaction was paid to the applicant, and also there have been other measures taken by the authorities to ensure that the books that were already in libraries and bookshops with this clear label would be removed. And so when it comes to the general measures, the key issue was here, or the root problem in this case, was this specific provision in the Minors Protection Act that explicitly allowed limiting access to information depicting same-sex relationships. And in every single case in Lithuania where this provision has been applied, concern specifically information about LGBT-related issues such as social advertisement, television broadcasts seeking to promote social acceptance of sexual minorities. It's also important to mention that the LGBT cause and LGBT-related issues are one of the most sensitive human rights issues in Lithuania today. So this case has really, the judgment itself has been really significant in addressing that and in critiquing this law and the practice. Next slide. And so what we have seen already 6 months after the judgment became final was that the ministry, so what was needed basically is to remove this provision from the law. And the Ministry of Justice has filed, tabled a legislative proposal with the Parliament suggesting to remove this provision. The Parliament, however, rejected it, and that's where generally when it comes to the promotion of LGBT causes in Lithuania, that's where the political challenge sits with the Parliament. And, but what was helpful in this case is that there was no need to adopt a new law, which would then always have to go through the Parliament, but what was needed was the removal of a specific provision from this particular law. And so what the Ministry of Justice has done, after the Parliament has rejected this proposal, then they've decided to request the Constitutional Court to review the constitutionality of the respective provision. And at the end of last year, the Constitutional Court did rule that this provision was unconstitutional, and with that, according to the Lithuanian legal system, this provision automatically loses its legal force. So one of the advantages in this case in achieving this very positive outcome was the fact that there was no need to adopt a new law, but that in the case when the Parliament has rejected this initiative, there was another domestic avenue that the authorities have successfully exhausted, which has led to this very clear positive outcome. I also added a few bits from the Constitutional Court decision just to show how strong the decision was and how much in line it was with the court's decision and the convention standards, where the court has clearly said that this concept of family is neutral in terms of gender in the Constitution, and also that the legal regulation in Lithuania that provided for the limiting making information relating to same-sex relationships public basically hinders the development of minor children. So very much in line what the European Court has said, and also what was particularly important that the Constitutional Court went further to establish the duty for the state to ensure that the comprehensive development of the child includes that kind of information in order for them to grow in a society that respects human rights and dignity, and basically as a part of the healthy development of a child. And also under the Constitution, the Parliament is prohibited from reacting legal provisions that have been declared constitutional, which basically ensures that such a provision would not be brought back to the legal system. Next slide, please. Yes, and so now I would like to speak about what has led to these very positive outcomes, knowing that LGBT issues are extremely sensitive issues in the political domain in Lithuania. What happened there that in less than 2 years the judgment was successfully implemented and the law was not there anymore. So I think the first factor was the clarity as to what the necessary what general measures were necessary in this case. It was both the European Court and the Constitutional Court, the European Court and the Committee of Ministers have clearly indicated that these violations have originated directly from this minors protection law, and so this provision needed to be removed. Secondly, I think the fact that strong authoritative messages came from two highly respected courts, both the European Court and then the Constitutional Court, which clearly must have played a big role in exerting certain political pressure or incentive on the authorities, executive authorities. I think also the nature of the measures have played a significant role. As I have said, this did not require an adoption of a new law through the parliament, and so there was this other avenue of the Constitutional Court that has allowed to remove that particular provision. And also, equally importantly, it was a combination of consistent efforts by various state and non-state actors. So the fact that the Ministry of Justice has had the favorable political leadership to take forward these measures as a result of the European Court judgment. Like I have said, the availability of the Constitutional Court as a remedy, and also a close monitoring and engagement by the civil society, by the NGOs I have mentioned at the beginning, domestically and before the CM. They have actively exhausted all the available tools to closely follow the process, both with the Committee of Ministers through submission of Rule 9s, and also with the authorities, including the Ministry of Justice, which in its political composition back then, last year, was very open to a dialogue with the civil society. And now my last slide is about the potential for wider impact of this case for the LGBT cause in Lithuania. So clearly we have this provision now removed from the laws, which prevents any individuals, including politicians, who are willing to use the, I put it in commas there, LGBT propaganda for their political discourse. They can no longer have this legal measure to go, after campaigns and initiatives that promote LGBT cause. So I also wanted to mention that this judgment has been disseminated among the various institutions, and other awareness-raising activities have been taken. Of course, the question is how effectively it will be taken into account by the various authorities, including those in the regions where any public discussions on LGBT matters are pretty much non-existent. It's also important to mention, and that's something that comes as a strong message from the Lithuanian civil society, is that this judgment can certainly serve as a strong basis for further strategic policy making on LGBT matters, such as, for example, in developing strategies for inclusive education as a part of state's duty to ensure comprehensive development of the child, or the development of a state human rights strategy, something that Lithuania does not have today, or even an LGBT strategy, which is quite difficult to imagine today, but a judgment like that can certainly serve as a good basis for taking on such initiatives if there is sufficient political will to do it. It's also, I think, a strong basis for the civil society LGBT community to advocate further for their causes, including in the regions, as I have said. And also it helps enhance, and that's something that I have also heard from the NGOs involved in this project, that it helps enhance trust in public institutions and growing confidence among LGBT communities, which currently is still very low. And the Baltic Pride, which takes place every year in Vilnius, in the capital of Lithuania, is a good example how this confidence in the LGBT community may be growing as a result of judgments like that. Because this year, earlier this month, it was the biggest ever Baltic Pride that has ever taken place in Lithuania. And I will end with a note to say that there are other judgments against Lithuania concerning LGBT issues, and so far this has been the only LGBT-related judgment that has been successfully implemented, and I have mentioned some of the reasons as to why. I think I'll stop here. I didn't I didn't track the time, but I hope I didn't take too much time, and yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Ramuta. And also I didn't introduce properly our panel speakers. So you've heard the EIN's vice chair and also Lithuanian lawyer and senior legal consultant and implementation lead at the European Human Rights Advocacy Center, ERAC, working a lot with cases also from the Caucasus, and we'll hear also Ramuta in this capacity in the other panel. I think that the order of the proceedings would be now that I would just ask one question, still like a follow-up to what you've said, and then we'll go to another two presentations, and then we'll just also, of course, open the floor for the questions from anyone who wish to ask a question. Still, you elaborated on the reasons or the conditions for this to be a success story, but still about this very subject, zooming out a little bit from the legal reasons and this possibility of just quashing the law by the Constitutional Court, but on the political and societal level, do you think that among the reasons why this judgment and not the other judgments were actually implemented was the visibility also of the case, or maybe and how it worked in this case, and also maybe it was a little bit less sensitive among those touching upon the LGBT rights, or how do you see this?
Thank you. It's a very good question. I asked exactly the same question to the Lithuanian NGOs I consulted on before when preparing for this presentation, and I think it's a combination of a number of factors. I think certainly the visibility around this case, the fact that it has come from a grand chamber, from the court to start with, the fact that it has also been looked at by the Constitutional Court, another very authoritative judicial body in Lithuania. I think it also indicates that on a political level, Lithuania has made quite a lot of progress in having quite courageous and brave and progressive politicians who are, when in the right positions in the governance, they are willing and able to take forward the initiatives such as the Ministry of Justice has taken last year. I think the minister in particular who held the position until the elections, the most recent elections, so including last year, has been the most open to raising LGBT issues on a political public level. It has also, I think, the fact that it was quite clear what measures needed to be taken. I also have mentioned, and I will repeat again, that I think what has led to the success was also the fact that it was possible to overcome the parliamentary resistance to amending such legislation. So I think also a very close monitoring of the process by the civil society, from being involved in the litigation process with the third-party interventions and advising the legal counsels, to providing Rule 9s and very closely monitoring. I think it's a combination of all of this that has led to such positive outcomes in a relatively short period of time, under 2 years. So I think it's that.
Thank you very much, Ramuta. And now let's move to Moldova. If Cristina is with us. Cristina Durnea unfortunately wasn't able to be present here in person, but she's present online, and she's a lawyer and program manager at Independent Journalism Center, ICJ, in Moldova. And Christina, are you with us here? If yes, the floor is yours. Can you? Can you hear us, maybe? Well, if not, that maybe we'll change the order and now go to Romania, and we'll just ask you to try to connect. Yeah. Can we go to, yeah, okay, sorry for this technical issues, and let's then move to Romania, actually, and to Georgiana Gheorghe. I'm sorry for not pronouncing this really correctly, Executive Director at APADOR, Helsinki Committee of Romania, and also the member of the Bureau of the EIN, and the floor is yours, please.
Okay, great. So I hear myself. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. I was supposed to talk the third in line of order, because actually our story is a bit of a mixed success story, and it's more of a procedural success, which is important, but actually the battle is still not over when it comes to defamation cases. I will be looking a lot at my slides, so please forgive me. It's pretty amazing that 2 years have passed since the kickstart of this project. I was actually then in a panel presenting a clear success story about how Romania has managed to decriminalize defamation in 2006. It's a long time ago, and actually the case I'm going to be talking about, that it's actually a group of cases. The facts date back in 2007, and it has been at that time, and still is, a test for Article 10. The freedom of expression landscape has changed significantly since then. I'm going to touch a bit on the current challenges, so let's dig in. Gülfer-Predescu versus Romania, it's a very simple story of a journalist based in Constanța, who in 2007 was ordered by the Romanian courts to pay approximately 14,000 euros in moral damages for having criticized the then mayor Radu Mazăre. She had to take a loan to pay this sum, which doubled by the time she finished paying. This is a case of APADOR CH, the Romanian Helsinki Committee that I'm representing, and the funny story is that we had previously represented the mayor of Constanța in a similar defamation case when he used to be a journalist. Right. So 10 years after the facts of the case, we have a judgment of the European Court of Human Rights saying that the court failed in this case to distinguish between value judgments and factual statements, that they failed to properly balance competing rights. Importantly, that there was a disproportionate sanction with significant chilling effects upon journalistic expression, and also that there was an inadequate court justification for this interference. You might wonder what happened since then, because actually the Romanian government has submitted an action plan both in 2018 and 2024, claiming that this case should be closed because of the following. Basically, this is a statistics from 2022-2023. It's only a snapshots. The figure are approximately, but they are relevant for the current situation. So what happened? The claim of moral damages has significantly increased since then. We have figures ranging from 50,000 euros to 2 million euros claims in moral damages. We have 17 out of 20 cases claims rejected as unfounded, and in 3 admitted cases we have a decrease in the claimed moral damages from, for example, 150,000 euros to 600 euros. So there is a bit of a good news, and that is that courts now are more willing to dismiss disproportionate claims, damage claims. So this is compared to 2015, where the awarded claims were even 70,000 euros claims which were upheld. Fast forward from 2022 to 2023 to more recent years, 2024, 2025. Important to say that after Gülfer-Predescu, we have 9 more judgments which have confirmed similar violations. But more recently, Romania has had an explosion of slap cases, which do not only include journalists, who now have claims of 3 million moral damages, but also active environmental activists and also several other journalists which have smaller claims of moral damages around 1,000 euros, but that's significant as well. So you might wonder what are we doing in terms of implementation of the Gülfer-Predescu if courts nevertheless will in the end dismiss these unfounded moral damages. I'm going to tell you shortly what we have suggested in terms of legislative changes. I'm also going to say that they have been rejected. Unfortunately, the political situation since the Gülfer-Predescu and Radu Mazăre context has changed, and not for the good, because we have, for example, the Ministry of Energy. He's no longer minister because we have a new government now, asking, I publicly call, this is the 2025 statement, I publicly call on all directors of national energy companies to seek maximum damages in court against NGOs that file in actions in bad faith. Whoever makes a mistake pays. Of course, this is a statement directed at NGOs, not journalists, but in the context when we have no cap on moral damages. Sky is the limit. You can ask millions and millions of euros in moral damages. Will they be dismissed in the end? Probably. Will it take years and years of court battles? Also quite probably, with significant effects on freedom of expression. I'm not talking about the financial and psychological burdens. I'm only choose to refer to the chilling effect on freedom of expression. So what we proposed at APA-DOR-CH in January 2024, and this is a submission we made to the Ministry of Justice, to the Superior Council of Magistracy, and of course we also made the Rule 9 submission before the Committee of Ministry. This one is in January 2024, is that despite the fact that courts have gotten more accustomed to the Article 10 standards, there still is a need for a cap of moral damages. Sky cannot be the limit. It has to be a reasonable maximum amount, which is a preventive tool, and it would be a preventive mechanism when it comes to protecting freedom of expression. What we proposed is a mixed system of compensation, which is monetary and non-pecuniary, And we only suggested a cap for defamation cases. So not everything related to moral damages, only defamation cases. This was very much in line with the Council of Europe recommendation on countering SLAPs, strategic litigation against public participation, which explicitly calls for damage gaps to prevent abuses. Funny enough or sad enough, we didn't know that this is how the recommendation would look like, because the recommendation was adopted later in 2024. We didn't know. So it was sort of separate initiatives, but it was very much in line with what the Council of Europe recommends. Now, the Ministry of Justice and Superior Council rejected our proposal, and their argument was that judicial discretion must remain unrestricted, and that pre-established legal caps would limit judges' ability to assess appropriate compensation in each case. Which is, from our perspective, debatable, because you still need to keep a right balance between the freedom of the judge to act in each case and the freedom of the press to do its job unhindered by the chilling effects of these ridiculous claims for moral damages, which still don't have a limit. So we think that the problem is that the current system allows unlimited moral damages, that there is a lack of predictability, which remains one of the unsolved problems of the Gülfer-Predescu case. And without this legislative change, Romania remains very much vulnerable to SLAPs, not only journalists, but also activists, also simple citizens, organized or unorganized in association. But the good news is now that we are a big group of people being slapped. It's not only journalists, so maybe we should stick together and this. Right. So what did we do? So we have a Rule 9 submission submitted in January 2024. We have the Ministry of Justice rejection, the Superior Council of Magistracy rejecting our proposal. They have their argument to our Rule 9 submissions that things are fine, there is nothing wrong with the legal framework, and actually courts are properly applying Article 20. What we did is that we did insist that we have a problem with SLAPs in Romania. There is the European directive you probably all know of. We are currently, all European states, in the process of transposing this directive. And we are very much involved at APADOR in this transposition process. This is a photo of one of the roundtables we did. The Ministry of Justice is present. We are trying to have a law which not only includes the minimum standards of the directive, but also the good practice examples and better standards of the Council of Europe, and the recommendation is one of them. And basically, we did manage to have a small success in terms of extending the application of the directive to national cases, because we did a very thorough documentation of all the SLAP cases in Romania. There was a lot of communication around this topic. It was present in the press. We were all out there. And each case includes an example of an association, of a person, of a journalist, also under the aspect of the high moral damages claimed. So this was one of the aspects. So what we did is we used this advocacy and transposition moment of the directive, and we also sent the Committee of Ministry another Rule 9 recommendation in 2025, in January, including all these cases, saying we asked the committee not to close the Gülfer Predescu case despite the government's argument that everything is fine. Because everything is not fine, we have an increase of Slav cases, and until the situation is properly documented, until the debates are over on how to make this law better, we cannot close this case. So we apparently convinced the Committee of Ministry to postpone closure of the case, and the Committee of Ministry has asked Romania to keep it informed on the process of the transposition of the directive. So our hope now is that more than one of our recommendations will be included in this draft law, and that we will be able somehow to have this preventive mechanism of capping moral damages, because it's really crucial in order to prevent, as I said, the chilling effect on freedom of expression. Yeah, I guess this is me in short. That's what I said, that it's not a success story until the end. It's only a small procedural step, which is nevertheless still significant in the crazy context that we are living. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Georgiana. Indeed, this is a procedural win and one of the largest breakthroughs as for combating this kind of limitations to the freedom of speech. Though, as you said, it's a mixed feeling probably, because there's a lot to do, and this is also quite maybe common experience in some of our countries, that when there is a win, like other deep structural problems remain unaddressed. And so would you say that actually now the question is that many important issues beyond the scope of the initial case are still under debate, and they should be seen somehow in the implementation light, but it is doubtful whether authorities would also agree to this kind of approach? Is it the good way of putting the issue, I mean, at stake, or how do you see it?
Yeah, I think the context of integrating better standards within the draft law of the anti-SLAPP law, I would say is also, I don't know, let's say it's favorable. We have a new government, a bit the political situation has changed. Part of our success story was putting together, making this big coalition made of civil society organization, journalists, always talking to the Ministry of Justice, now involving the Romanian Ombudsman, who is clearly supporting our suggestions. And we hope that when the draft law goes into the parliament, we will be able to convince them based on this example. So this is evidence-based advocacy, of course, like all of our advocacy is. But until now, the problem was not there. The data, everybody was working in silos, suffering in silos. The data was not there. It's very important that we put it out there, that it's a public matter, and this is what we should continue doing to push for better standards. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And indeed, like these coalitions with journalists are also the case in Poland. This is a situation in which we are not kind of alone. This is about environmental defenders, human rights defenders, broadly understood activists, human rights defenders, and journalists, actually. And also in the next panel that is devoted to the SLAPPs, that you set the ground for very, very well. Thank you for that. We will see other kind of approaches and also other results, so it's going to be interesting to follow up. Let me check now if Christina is with us. Do you know, Vincent or Cyril, whether we can connect now? We are trying. Okay, so let's just wait a second and then Oh yeah, we can see Christina. Hello. Can you hear us?
Yes, I do. What about me?
That's
This
great.
time?
I've just introduced you, but I will do it again. Christina Durnea is a lawyer and program manager at Independent Journalism Center in Moldova. And yeah, without further ado, Christina, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Let's do another test. Do you hear me well?
Yes.
Great. Oops. Well, a tough path to the online conference. Good morning, everyone. I'm very pleased to be part of this panel. Although I must admit from the outset that the implementation of the judgment in Manole Navers versus Moldova case has not yet reached its final destination, although it's very close. Nevertheless, it has been a long and instructive journey, and one in which the Independent Journalism Center, the organization I represent, has been closely involved. Today I will briefly outline the background. I see the double sound, that's fine. I will briefly outline the background and impact of the judgment, the reform it has prompted, albeit partially, I must recognize that, and the role of the civil society, including our own efforts in advancing its implementation. To understand the reforms, first of all, we need to go back 2 decades to the situation at Teleradio Moldova. This is the name of our public broadcasting national broadcaster. Historically, it was a state-owned company. It held a dominant position in Moldova media landscape. It still has good popularity here. After the 2001 elections, when the Communist Party came to power, TRM fell under intense political control. Newsrooms were purged, opposition voices were blacklisted, and editorial content was tightly curated by the governing forces, particularly by the Communist Party. In 2002, the broadcaster was formally rebranded as a public one, but in practice, the change was just cosmetic one. The legal framework remained flawed and failed to guarantee a genuine independence of the public broadcaster. Many journalists were fired or were forced to resign. Among them was the applicant Manole, Larisa Manole, who together with her colleagues, journalists from Teleradio, brought the case to the ECtHR. In 2009, the court issued its landmark judgment in this case, finding a violation of Article 10. The court recognized that the Moldovan state had interfered with journalists' freedom of expression through a structurally compromised public broadcaster. The court's reasoning broke important ground. It reaffirmed that states have positive obligation to guarantee pluralism in media environments, especially when at that time TRM was a broadcaster that enjoyed almost a full monopoly. The lack of statutory safeguards allowing the government to control TRM management and editorial line was in itself a breach of the Article 10, and the court made it very clear Moldovan had to urgently reform legislation to prevent similar violations. And the reference was very simple, a set of standards, the main one being enshrined into the recommendation of the Committee of Ministers regarding the independence of public service broadcasting. The translation of the judgment into reality has taken over 15 years, a lot of time, and the path has been far from straightforward. Next slide. Okay. Sorry for that. Oops. An initial action plan was submitted in 2011 and was extremely superficial. Aside from basic dissemination of the judgment and its translation, it proposed no meaningful legal reforms or no legal reforms at all. After that, years of silence followed from the authorities. And in 2021, the IJC, the organization I work for, decided to assess the situation ourselves. Next slide. We launched very detailed legal analysis to determine whether Moldova had, in fact, complied with the obligation to implement fully this decision. And we examined factors, including the legal framework governing the activity of the national broadcaster, of the Audiovisual Council. We've analyzed the set of monitoring reports, so the content produced by the national broadcasters, our own monitoring reports, and that produced by the Council. And also we've conducted a set of interviews with the journalists working, or those who have worked at the broadcaster. Our findings were mixed. Legally, Moldova had made a very good progress with the adoption of good law on freedom of expression. The audiovisual code transposed EU standards in 2018. Censorship has been criminalized, but in practice, however, we have found a persistent tendency of the public broadcaster to slightly favor the government forces, and this was likely driven by the current funding mechanism and the potential political influence exercised indirectly while the supervision body of the public broadcaster was selected. We were preparing to publish our study when two very important and major developments occurred. First is the government submitted a revised action plan to the Committee of Ministers, claiming progress and suggesting that closure to close the case. And from my personal point of view, that plan had very solid arguments that could have been taken seriously by the Committee of Ministers, and the case could have been closed. However, a new parliamentary majority, ironically, one that with a reform and that a pro-European government rushed through the amendments to the audiovisual code and reintroduced political control mechanism over TRM and the media regulator. It happened in 2021. Simply saying, what the legislator have done in 2021 is to replicate the mechanism that existed at the moment when the violation occurred in case of Manole. Thanks to our research that we've initiated previously, we were able to intervene and to respond very, very quickly and substantively. IJC and partner NGOs engaged in coordinated civil society advocacy. We used our seat in the parliamentary consultative working group, a group which deals with the improvement of the drafts that may affect the media sector. We use that platform to raise concern. We issued public statements, we presented legal critiques and organized press conferences to explain how the new amendments contradicted the international standards, and which is not less important, how the new amendments will prolong the implementation of the judgment in case of Manole. At this point, we also turned to the international arena, and this was a very important moment. With support from the European Implementation Network, we submitted the very first Rule 9 communication to the Committee of Ministers. Thank you for that. Thank you for the support. We warned that closing supervision at that time would be premature and very harmful. And this strategy proved extremely effective, as in June 2022, the Committee of Ministers decided to not to close the Manole case. And more than this, the committee placed it under enhanced supervision, meaning a mechanism reserved for judgments that require urgent and priority follow-up. And this was a clear message to our authorities that compliance had not been achieved and that we were right. Next slide. Since then, we've kept up the pressure. We submitted comments to the updated action plan, as you see on the screen. We challenged the measures that the government cited in December 2023 as sufficient. And in March 2024, it's not 25, sorry for the mistake on the slide. Thanks to the European Implementation Network civil society briefing, we had the opportunity to present our concerns directly to permanent representations in Strasbourg ahead of the Committee of Ministers meeting in March that year. And most recently, in May 25, we've seen cautiously encouraging development. Moldova initiated a new round of amendments to the audiovisual code, this time aimed at restoring safeguards for independence that were weakened in 2021. In other words, they are trying to correct their mistake. We were lucky enough to be part of the group who designed these amendments. And the Committee of Ministers welcomed these steps and requested to be updated by September 2025 in its decision. What I can say, a very fresh update, is that currently the amendments designed to solve the situation are pending on the legislators' agenda, waiting for the vote in the first reading, hopefully tomorrow. So no, the implementation is not yet complete, but we have seen how single judgment supported by sustained pressure and strategic collaboration can potentially reshape the legal and institutional framework in a meaningful way. And the international pressure, the timing, of course, and political will also played a very important role in this story. I'm proud that the IGC was able to contribute to this, not just through research and through advocacy, but through persistence. There are a lot of years in the middle, and I'm grateful to our partners from the European Implementation Network for giving us the tools and the platforms to engage beyond our borders. I think that's all. Thank you for your attention. I'm looking forward to discussion and to learning from your experiences. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Christina. Do you hear me? Can you hear me well?
Not very clear, but yes.
Okay. So just a quick question from me, and then we'll give the floor to the people in the room. So if I understood correctly, tomorrow there will be voting on the law, And if you could reiterate, you said it, but reiterate and maybe elaborate a little bit whether this law, in your assessment, provides a full implementation of the judgment, or are there other unaddressed issues that should be still addressed? And what are the next steps for us actually to be taken together in your assessment? Yeah, you didn't hear me well.
Sorry, do you hear me now?
Yeah. So if I just speak like this, you mean?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
she will understand it more.
Yeah. Can you hear me now, Christina? That's better. Is it still on, you think?
But this one?
Waiting for this problem to be. Sorry, I will speak without mic now. Yeah, can you hear us now, Christina? I think let's go. Yeah, let's keep it. And unfortunately, let's move to the questions from all of you, to the panelists, to Ramuta and Georgiana. Unfortunately, and if in the meanwhile there is anything we can do technically, we'll get back to Christina with the questions. It's really interesting because actually it's a powerful moment. Do you think I can speak now? There will be no double sound. Okay. But anyway, Christina, just a last try. You don't hear me? No. Okay. Let's keep it. Unfortunately, then, and we'll just communicate with Christina afterwards, and also provide you with the information. I think follow up with the information about the law being actually passed or not, because it's an interesting moment. And then we still have quite a not really long time, because we started earlier. We've got around 15 minutes till coffee break. So yeah, if you've got questions to Georgiana or to Ramuta, please, you're welcome, and we can just distribute the mic. Please.
Hello. Thank you very much for the presentations. My name is Elena Lipatova, and I work in Over the Info, which is a Russian human rights project in exile. It was very interesting to hear the stories of success, very interesting, especially from the side of Russia, where all these things seem impossible. Now, in my question, I want to address my question to Ramut. Did you face any pressure maybe from your opponents? I mean, from people sharing views, homophobic views, or other people that were against this decision of the Constitutional Court? Did you face this pressure? Maybe some consolidated activities of these people, and if yes, did you? What did you do to them? Maybe did you address somehow them? Thank you.
Okay, I'm not sure this one is working. Thank you very much for this question. So the sort of the types of situations where the specific provision was used was primarily always used, this provision that allows you to request the court to remove a certain information, public information promoting LGBT cause that is considered as harmful to minors, is normally or has been normally used and abused by sort of right-wing anti-LGBT politicians. Fortunately, we don't have many of them in Lithuania, and it's not something that operates as a sort of movement. So these cases would normally be kind of individual cases, and I think that's one of the good signs as to where Lithuania stands on these issues compared to when this case came up in 2014. So I think there's certainly been quite a lot of progress made in terms of awareness raising or sort of silencing those types of incidents, if you call it that way. For example, if you look at the Baltic Pride, which I spoke about 10 years ago, you would still have often the same politicians, crazy politicians going out to the streets with signs opposing the Baltic Pride and things like that. So this is not happening anymore. So to answer your question specifically, there hasn't been a lot of backlash there, but I think a part of that could also be the fact that it was kind of a very smooth but rather silent way of removing that provision from the law. I am sure if there was a way of going through the parliament with adopting a new law which would ensure much more public visibility to that legislative process, I am pretty sure there would have been much more of the types of resistance or opposing that you are talking about.
Are there any other questions, please?
Hi, thank you very much for the presentations. My name is Max Popovich. I'm with Article 19, which is a global free speech NGO. I have a question for Georgiana, really a short question, a clarification. Is criminal defamation, it remains decriminalized in Romania, and have there been any efforts to recriminalize defamation in Romania?
Thank you for the question. No, there have been no efforts to criminalize defamation. There certainly have been some narratives, especially after decriminalizing it in 2006. We always like to joke and say that, at least in Romania, it's no longer needed to put journalists in jail, because unfortunately, from the perspective of the independence of the press, I think a lot of money from the political parties' subsidies goes into the press. Therefore, you don't need to put them in jail. Some of them, are just bought. Unfortunately, this is the sad truth. So no, there have been no efforts. But yeah, we are very much still lacking in independence, and we have a long way to go. But yeah, that would be my short answer.
Any other questions?
Thank you. My name is Susanna Nowicka. I'm of Helsinki as well as Matic. I also have a question regarding the decriminalization of defamation to Georgiana. So can you tell me a bit about how did it happen? Like, what was the momentum? Because this is something we struggle with today in Poland. And despite even a very clear, I will be talking about this, but despite a very clear promise from the Minister of Justice, we still see no changes in that aspect.
Thank you for the... this doesn't work, but I can also speak. It worked. Yeah. Thank you for the question. I guess the parliament at that time in 2006 was progressive enough, or the political context was favorable enough for them to understand that we need to align the criminal code with the Article 10 in this regard. So we need to align to the standards of ECtHR. But of course, it didn't happen overnight. We were also one of the organization pushing very hard through our advocacy efforts and representation of journalists who had been detained, and so there was a lot of strategic litigation and advocacy and public pressure before that moment when all the stars aligned for the changes to be made. But the main argument of the legislature was the alignment with the Article 10 standards. Then, of course, they just thought they can tick a box, and decriminalization is certainly very important, but some of significant problems still remain. But in short, yeah.
Are there any more questions, or are we heading towards the break? Let me see the time. I think it's 45. Yeah, but we started actually 15 minutes later, and I will not attempt at summarizing the panel. I think it's really good start for the conference, despite of the technical problems. I do apologize for them, and now let's have a coffee break and then get to the panel about the slabs. Thanks a lot. Thank you to Ramute, Georgiana, and Christina. Thing about the Wi-Fi, because it's available and the net is ES.
Hello again. Thank you very much for being with us. A warm welcome from myself also to those present in the room, to those following us online. You have already been following interesting discussions on this closing conference of our free speech project. The first panel discussed some good success stories, some promising results, and we are now moving on to the second discussion, a very interesting one, on the situation in countries that are faced with SLAPS problem at a bigger proportion compared to other European jurisdictions, although I don't think we are spared from this tactic and this problem anywhere in this world. The countries represented at this panel are all faced with quite wide SLAPS-related problems and approaches. And the challenges, and this is what we are here to discuss, of course, the very great activities that the representatives of these organizations developed, carried out in relation to the project, the impact that they have had, and there has been impact even in the cases where we think that there has not been or that the impact was negative. But the main issue we are faced with when we're talking SLAPS, at least from the perspective of the convention, is that we are still trying to deal with a new type of problem or a new development regarding an old problem. So we are still relying on old type of defamation cases issued by the court to deal with a problem that has now acquired completely different dimensions and tactics. So we are still trying to consider and to understand if the existing judgments are enough for us to attempt tackling the SLAPS problem from the convention perspective, or if, on the contrary, in the absence of a judgment of the court still clearly talking about SLAPS, clearly naming the problem as a SLAP problem, how can we deal with this gap that exists? How can we help bridge the gap? To discuss these matters, we have with us, as a first speaker, Ivan Rosel, Director of Programs at Human Rights House Zagreb in Croatia. Ivan, since 2015, is a Director of Programs at Human Rights House Zagreb, where he coordinates human rights watchdog research, monitoring, advocacy, and educational activities to uphold and promote human rights. He authored and co-authored national research reports on human rights and the rule of law, and shadow reports to international human rights mechanisms. Ivan is a member of Ombudsperson's Human Rights Council and the Croatian Government Council on Human Rights. He was a member of the Croatian Government's Advisory Council on Civil Society Development until 2023, and he was awarded the Open Society Justice Initiative Fellowship in 2012-2014. Dobrodošao, Ivane. Welcome. So some of our most pronounced activities in respect of the project were developed in cooperation with you and the colleagues in Croatia. The case of Stojanovic, in the context of which, the group of Stojanovic, in the context of which defamation problems were examined, really occupied our work during the lifespan of the project. We developed intensive cooperation exchanges. You developed extensive feedback towards the Committee of Ministers with the results that you're going to discuss about. And this discussion links very well with the discussion of the previous panel from Georgiana on the situation in Romania. And we are here to discuss, except for, and other than the situation in Croatia, larger implications and comparative law issues, if we can talk about comparative law at the CM's practice context in respect of this thematic. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Julieta. Thank you for the hospitality. Hvala. I'm very happy to be here with you today. I'll try to be brief. I didn't prepare a presentation because I usually get lost in preparing it and then lost in following what I put there. So I'll try to make a main points what we learned from engagement on Stojanovic group of cases with Council of Europe, but also with Croatian authority. Very briefly, as you said, Stojanovic group of cases contains three cases, basically that concerns with defamation. So one of the main problems was and still is, unfortunately, that Croatian courts are really not able to make determination what is a value-based statement and what's a factual statement. That was the case when this case originated in early 2000s, and when it finished its adjudication before the Croatian courts, and it's unfortunately still case today. And another problem was too high damages awarded to plaintiffs that are together causing a very big chilling effects on the media in Croatia, especially local media, because those are the main targets of the lawsuits, slaps basically against them. The case was under supervision for 10 years. Stojanovic and then Marunic and Arnelis joined a little bit later. We as a human rights house jumped on monitoring the implementation and sent our first Rule 9 in 2021, so quite late. And following the 2019 government action plan, because at that point in Croatia, primarily because of the work of the Croatian Journalists Association, but also outspoken lawyers working on freedom of expression, there was a growing problem of slaps against journalists and various media outlets. That was immediately following the Croatian short-lived liberal government of Hungary style in 2016, when predominantly Croatian broadcasting corporation, the public broadcaster, started suing on a mass scale their journalists and lawyers following the sack of around 80 people working as a journalist or editors in media. So they were one of the biggest suers at that point. Croatia in the following years up until 2024 was championed few times, for a few years consecutively with slap Oscars, having the most the highest number of slap cases against journalists and media, a number being around 1,000, so between 900 and 1,200 in the next following years, which for a country of a little bit less than 4 million inhabitants is a huge number. You know, we are not talking about big country in that regard. That's the reason why, as an advocacy watchdog organization, we saw the opportunity to jump on Stojanovic case, although we were not litigating, and we are not a litigation organization, to try to bring the convention standards closer to the implementation, to see how we can enforce that. We submitted in total 4 Rule 9 submissions to the Committee of Ministers. The first 2 were our alone efforts, and then we joined forces with the Croatian Journalists Association, because they were not that familiar with the Rule 9 and at that point, and we thought it's important that we come together. Thanks to EIN's support and Croatian Journalists Association hard digging effort in getting all of these cases of slaps against the journalists, which at that point, and still is a problem in Croatia, you cannot get easily, because judgments are only publicized online as of this year in Croatia from the lower courts. So the Croatian Journalists Association made an effort to ask the media outlets and the journalists to send them the cases they are affected by. So we had to work hard and long aside to get to all of these cases. So we put a lot of effort, energy, and I would say resources to argue to the Committee of Ministers that in context where slaps are still predominating, it is vital to keep Stojanovic group of cases under supervision, because puts another level of pressure to the government and to the justice system predominantly to actually do something. And what were our main points, basically? Our main points for keeping the case aligned were that only having a constitutional court decision aligning the practice on the national level with the convention standards, nominally with Stojanovic and Narodni List cases, is not enough, because we know from the practice of Croatian courts that they don't follow always the practice of the constitutional court, which over the time became a final arbiter, in all of the human rights, cases. But we know from practice, and we also proved in all of these submissions in the last two, from 2023 and 2024, to the Committee of Ministers, that this is not the case. That we are still having, at that point, we still had cases of the lower courts that were either on first instance or finalist, where the courts would deviate completely from the practice of the constitutional court. So that was our main, argument. Like, you really cannot say that the supervision is done, that the problem is solved, because you have a decision of the constitutional court. Then the government, in their response, argued that okay, we see that, but in the changes to the Civil Procedure Act, the parliament basically said that now the Supreme Court is going to be the arbiter and decide whether there was violations of human rights in any of the cases, including the freedom of the expression. And out on the outset, this looks like, okay, the Supreme Court is out there to unify the practice, and this is the regular court of the final appeal, and that court should do the job. But the thing is, then the government omitted to write that in its action plan, that this was only this prerogative was only granted to the Supreme Court for the cases of the revision, which means that it's a discretional power of the court whether they're going to grant that or not. And it would still have a chilling effect, a very big chilling effect, because only the Constitutional Court could take cases only after the revision was done, which usually takes 3 to 5 years, on the top of the time that cases are being adjudicated in Croatia. So we are talking about 8 to 10 years of adjudication. In 8 to 10 years, even if the judgment is not final, but in these cases is final, so you have to basically take a loan to pay to a person who was suing you, and you're being constantly dragged at the courts. This is having, I don't have to explain this here, is having a big detrimental effect on the journalists and the media, especially in local areas. Because what I forgot to mention, what is a peculiarity for Croatia, was that we have these serial slappers, as we call them, and these are usually judges and public figures, usually politicians, who are slapping around the journalists, especially at the local level, because at the local level they behave like sheriffs, And most of the cases that we still right now that are being active are actually journalists trying to dig out the corruption scandals in misuse of the EU funds that are happening at the local level. So that was a big issue. So all of the arguments that we made to the Committee of Ministers, we tried to substantiate with the evidence and with the court judgments we managed to acquire, which I said was not easy. But none of this was what actually mattered. Like it really, actually, it didn't matter in the assessment. We also made an argument that even if you do all of these changes in legislation, you developed a court case law of the court. Even if the Supreme Court would, act in a good faith in implementing basically human rights protection at the judicial level as a final appeal instance, which also takes time, you still haven't averted the chilling effect. Because the problem happens at the lowest possible level, at the municipal courts, where all of these cases originated. And then we pointed out to the Committee of Ministers, like, wouldn't it be logical to see what kind of a training the state is providing on the case law of the European Court and the Constitutional Court in Croatia? Because this should be reasonable, I would say, indicator whether, the lowest level of judges at the lower courts are basically being educated what the convention says. We managed to dig out, because data on that is, it's nowhere to be found, but thanks to FOI request, we managed to dig out the response and data from the Judicial Academy, which is the only institution that can provide obligatory training for the judges, that in 2021 or 2022, don't count me for a year now, they organized 4 workshops, only 4 workshops, but they couldn't give us the number of the judges that participated. Then in a later response to our last Rule 9, government said that they are doing a lot on providing training, and that the Ministry of Culture organized some kind of a trainings around this promotion of SLAP and pre-work on SLAP, transposing the SLAP directive, and that they organized one training with 18 participants that was online. But they couldn't send us the training materials, what they were doing. So there was a lot of, what was our feeling, there was a clear will from the Committee of Ministers and Croatian government that politically they want to close the case that was open for 10 years. Why? We couldn't, I couldn't point out a straight answer to it. But for us, and also for combating SLAPs in Croatia, because right now we're in the process of transposing the anti-SLAP directive, and it's going to take another decade or more to get to the point where we can say there is a systemic effort. There is a systemic effort in combating SLAPs in Croatia. Stojanović case would play a vital role, because it kept government at the position where at least it could respond to what we were doing on the ground. Us questioning institutions like Judicial Academy, guys, what are you doing with the training? How are you reaching out to small municipal court, I don't know, in Šibenik or in Rovinj or in other places that are not centered in capital? Do you have any idea of what kind of a support mechanisms are you going to provide to the journalists during this period when things are being finally adjudicated and those kind of stuff? And unfortunately, this opportunity is now missed with Stojanović case that, in our opinion, was completely prematurely closed. And what this case, and just to recapitulate here, showed is that if we want to have more meaningful implementation process at the national level, I think it is important for the Committee of Ministers to understand that sometimes it's better to leave the case open, although there is not a lot of traction that is happening on the national level at that point. Because sooner or later, will pick up, the NGOs, the human rights defenders will pick up bits and parts of the new developments and will bring another momentum to developing a better standard to our advocacy activities on the ground. That's one thing. And another thing, it sends a dangerous political signal to the government, which is now using the closure of the Stojanovic case to basically say, Croatia has some problems with Slavs, but look, Council of Europe said it's not that big of a deal. So that's always devil's trade, that is usually backfiring on us working on advocacy on that level, but more importantly, it backfires on those who should be protected, and these are the journalists and ordinary people and their freedom of expression. I think I covered everything, and I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivan. I have several questions. I will leave them for the end of the discussion to allow the other interventions to proceed. I would just say that two or three points only about why we still consider that some at least positive momentum was created despite that admittedly bad result. It is a bad result. We fully agree it was a premature closure it was a political decision, as you mentioned. There are reasons to explain. I have partial answers as to why it happened. Of course, we can keep exploring. The positive aspects is a couple of things. First of all, the good development for the Croatian jurisdiction, which is unrelated to the case, which is finally we have access to national judgments. It did not happen in relation or for this case, but it is something I know from personal experience that we have been asking for that for a long time. But in relation to the project, I can say that among the very great cooperations we developed with many of you in your organizations, the cooperation with the Croatian colleagues had the element of continuity, follow-up, answers and counter-answers and counter-replies. It put into good use the system, whatever small system is in place for interaction of civil society, external interlocutors to the CM process, and the Committee of Ministers. So this is something we keep, as we also keep the fact that as a result of this effort, we move towards building what we try to do, which is to build the so-called national implementation hubs. It's important that other than your organization, who has been knowledgeable and following up on implementation matters for a long time, we now also have the Croatian Journalists Association involved, participating, and we build these communities that keep pushing for meaningful and sustainable reforms, and sooner or later we will reach the desired result, even if that was indeed a missed opportunity. We will get back to you, but then if Aspa is ready to be put in the spotlight, welcome Aspa. Aspasia Theochari is a lawyer and Vice President of the Hellenic League for Human Rights here in Greece. She has been a member of the Thessaloniki Bar Association since 2007. She's currently completing her postgraduate studies in economics and business law at the Department of Accounting and Finance of the Democritus University of Thrace. And she's a PhD candidate in administrative law at the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. In addition to her legal studies, she has been involved in music since childhood. She received a higher theory diploma from the Municipal Conservatory of Larissa and is a graduate of the State Conservatory of Thessaloniki. And she frequently writes articles for the legal press on topics that are not strictly limited to legal science, but extend to or combine related sciences and the arts, because are not those things and subjects indeed combined? Aspa is here to present to us the situation in Greece, which is multifaceted. We have this double problem both with criminal and with civil defamation, quite extended under both limbs. The interesting particularity of the Greek jurisdiction is that, firstly, the Greek cases dealing with those matters are some of the oldest cases we had to tackle in the context of this project. I think they have been pending for more than 15 years, if I'm not mistaken, the precedent cases. The second thing is that in the lifespan of the project, there were some positive positive developments, and it is up to you to say to what extent they are also sustainable as regards the criminal limb, the criminal defamation limb. But then I will let you explain the full extent of the problem in the civil limb, which is quite extensive. Thank you very much for being with us, representing the Hellenic League, the very nice and trusted colleagues. The floor is yours.
Thank you for the very generous presentation. I would like also to thank warmly the European Implementation Network for the honor of being invited to participate in a conference with such outstanding speakers and on an issue that it is really crucial in Greece. And speaking for crucial issues, it is interesting to note that before 2 months, we have two new cases in Greece concerning these SLAP lawsuits or procedures with linked to cases of high interest, wiretap cases, the Predator Gate, and also the case of Hellenic Gold, something that has to do with environmental violations. One concerns a decision of the National Broadcasting Council, which imposed a fine on a private television channel for broadcasting, citing its sources, although the conclusion of journalistic investigations concerning the former Secretary General of the Prime Minister. It says this investigation that it is linked to the wiretapping case. Here I have to note that the Prime Minister asked the Secretary General to resign from his position, and also 2 lawsuits that the Secretary General filed against journalists, both were rejected from the courts. He asks an extraordinary amount of 1 million euros, I think so. Okay, although before 2 months, the Broadcast Council thought that, okay, we should impose a fine in a channel that present an investigation concerning this issue. The second case, which is not so good for us, concerns a lawsuit filed by an executive of the company Hellenic Gold, which is linked to issues of environmental degradation in Chalkidiki. The lawsuit was accepted by the courts, also by the court of the second instance, and it is imposed a great damage compensation to be paid by the journalists and the mass media. Here is to underline the fact that has to do with the players. It's other thing, the Hellenic Gold, a very powerful financial entity from a resigned Secretary General. It is very important to point it out. I don't want to give the term of the SLAP. I'm sure that everyone here has already given this term. There is not a clear definition till now, although, and also in a legislative level, there are not also criteria for classifying lawsuits as SLAPs lawsuits. However, the case law of the European Court of Human Rights, initially hesitant and lately more forceful, has been set a precedent. In the case of Vasilakis versus Greece, which is a case of Greek interest, the court dealt with a SLAP case, although the concept was not, of a SLAP concept, was not particularly known in Greece. The case concerned actually a journalist who in the late 1999 published a series of articles of political context criticizing the members of a political association with the name of Network 21, that some of those members had assisted Abdullah Öcalan. In February 1999, Following the publication of these articles, many members of this network, acting either individually or collectively, have brought before the court 20 lawsuits, demanding the extraordinary amount of 2 billion drachmas then, but it's a great amount. The courts accepted the cases, the lawsuits, And one of these was brought before the European Court of Human Rights. Then the court ruled that there has been a clear violation of Article 10, which protects the freedom of expression, and it appears that this case, which was not characterized as SLAP, cumulatively met all the criteria for falling within the concept of SLAP. Meaning, first, the imbalance of power between the players, between the applicant and the defendant. The defendant's status as a journalist, the plaintiff's status as a public figure, the nature of the subject matter of the letter issue as a matter of current interest, and the excessive amount of moral damages brought, and last, the fact that more than one action lawsuits had brought before the court. This criteria was used also later for the European Directive Anti-SLAP. So a European Court of Human Rights was the first that set those criteria. It was very important. And while the European Court has extensive case concerning actions taken against journalists, something like SLAPs, it was only in 2022 that used the term SLAP in the crucial decision Memo versus Russia, in the context of referring to his previous case law. First time, 2022, late enough. So according to this case, SLAPs constitute an unlawful and impermissible restriction on freedom of expression for the purpose of protecting the honor of right of a legal entity exercising public authority. In particular, civil proceedings for defamation brought by a legal person exercising public authority cannot be regarded as serving the legitimate aim of protecting the reputation of rights of others. This legitimate aim considered to be lawful to restrict the right of expression. So for the first time, the court says that no, it's not accepted. This significant change in the court's stance appears to be due to its awareness of the SLAP suits and its desire to contribute to this way to combat them. So in Greece, there are some steps, but there has a lot to be done. Firstly, a study commissioned by the European Parliament found that Greece was ranked third among the European countries with the highest number of SLAP cases in 2022 and 2023. For this case also, we were ranked among the worst countries in European Union concerning the rule of law. Sorry. In 2024, European Parliament resolution stressed that journalists continue to face SLAP verbal and physical threats and attacks often from power figures. In Greece, there are many cases pending before the courts, but the most crucial ones concerning two cases. The Predator Gate, wiretapping in Greece, which was actually not clearly investigated either by the courts, either by the parliament. Okay, and it's a way to silence people that are investigating the matter. And the other one has to do with Skouries in Chalkidiki, Hellenic gold. Okay, it's a great investment. Money in a poor country. So many journalists want to speak about environmental degradation, but there are so many lawsuits that were actually, in the first place, were being accepted by the courts. So what we are doing in the European Union, the most significant development in relation to anti-SLAP legislation is the famous 2024 anti-SLAP directive, which will become in effect in 2026. The purpose of the directive is to provide safeguards against manifestly unfounded lawsuits or abusive legal proceedings in civil case with cross-border implications brought against natural and legal persons. So, two terms are very important in this directive. The first is a matter of public interest. So it's a matter that affects the public to such an extent that it is of legitimate interest to it is in areas such as fundamental rights, public health, security, environmental or climate matters, activities of natural or legal persons connected to the government, etc. Equally, both crucial in practice and in theory is the definition of these abusive legal proceedings aimed at discouraging public participation, calling SLAPs. This understood to mean judicial proceedings which are not initiated with the aim of generally securing or exercising a right, but whose main purpose is to prevent, restrict, or punish public participation, often by exploiting an imbalance of power between the parties. According to the directive, the most important factors to be taken into account in order to classify a procedure as a SLAP procedure, and they use the precedent of the European Court of Human Rights, is the balance or the asymmetry between the players. It's the defendant status as a journalist, is the plaintiff status as a public figure. It can be also a legal entity as a public figure. The nature of the issue in dispute as a matter of high interest, of public interest, the excessive moral damage claimed, and whether a criminal law remedy has been sought at the same time. In Greece, we have this double procedure, criminal and civil, at the same time. We don't have nebis in idem in this sense. We have criminal procedure and civil. You can be paid and you can be jailed also. The existence of multiple actions against the same defendant. So, in the same context, particular weight should be given to whether or not the publication in question has made a cross-check. Okay, this is important to cite and to prove the sources, because there is also human dignity, the right to the human dignity and personality. Based on the above, the decision as to whether a lawsuit constitutes a SLAP should be made by weighting, actually, the conflict between the plaintiff and defendant rights, in which the judge must also take into account the conflicting constitutional rights, namely, on one hand, freedom of expression and freedom of the press, and on the other hand, the protection of personality and value of human right, and the right to the legal protection, okay? In the light also of the principle of proportionality, which acts as a limitation on the restrictions imposed on individual rights. Finally, the directive provides a series of safeguards to prevent SLAP suits, the most important of which are procedural in nature. First, the dismissal of in an early procedural stage of manifestly unfounded claims, which are most of the SLAPs are highly unfounded lawsuits. Also, award of high legal costs, compensation for actual damage, and other penalties concerning the defendants. And finally, provision of security for the defendant for the estimated legal costs, which may include the cost of legal representation incurred by the defendant and any compensation. It should not be forgotten that those actions brought before the courts from people that they have financial power to undertake more than one lawsuits. The defendants are journalists. We are in a poor country. Journalists are not rich people. If they have 1 or 3 or 4 lawsuits before the courts every month, you know that their salary is not enough. Okay. 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 Yes, exactly. Okay. Concerning the developments made in national level, the case of Slavs can easily. First of all, in Greece, we don't have a specified procedure and context concerning SLAPs lawsuits. However, the SLAPs can easily be classified as an abusive exercise of rights, provided that certain criteria are met, in particular that of asymmetry of power between the parties, or bringing of multiple actions against the same person with high financial claims, and indeed in different fora with a clear aim of financial and morally exhausting the defendant. In a civil procedure, before, it's not the first time that the journalists come before or the artists come before the court. However, we don't have specific laws, but we have the laws of the civil code that can be, through the case law of the Greek courts, protected these persons. The Greek legislation could even, at this stage, interpret the existing legal framework in accordance with the European Convention of Human Rights. There is a rich case law of the European Court of Human Rights, and also to be compatible with the European law. There is the directive. It could become in effect in 2 years, but we can interpret the existing legal framework in the light of these measures and legislative measures. Just a moment, Ligo. Okay. The need to decriminalize defamation in order to ensure the unhindered exercise of freedom of expression was highlighted in Recommendation 2022 of the European Commission. In this recommendation, member states are invited to review the situation at national level to ensure that existing national legislation provides the necessary safeguards to address lapses. In compliance with the above recommendation and also to the previous case law of European Court of Human Rights, especially Vasilakis, the Greek legislature removed the offence of simple defamation from the criminal code. The Greek legislator's compliance with this recommendation by decriminalizing defamation is now acknowledged in the European Commission's 2024 Rule of Law report. The removal of simple defamation from the criminal court is also a bit of a nod to a recent ruling by the European Court of Human Rights against Greece, case of Kitsos and others against Greece, which ruled that the imposition of a prison sentence in defamation cases would be compatible with a prison of extension guaranteed by Article 10 of the Conventions only in exceptional cases, meaning in the cases where other fundamental rights were seriously violated, such as the cases of hate speech and incitement to violence. However, slanderous defamation remains a criminal offence which aggrieved public officials can invoke to bring journalists before the courts, to pay the legal costs and all of this, even if they will be innocent for this. Okay. At this point, I must also emphasize that the Greek judges till now have been very generous in accepting these slap lawsuits based on defamation, ruling that defamation as a civil offense can be based on simple negligence and not only on intent. So even in this case, the defendant, that could be called as innocent in the penal court, must compensate the plaintiff. This is crazy. Thus, the criterion of whether the journalist checked his sources before making the journalistic disclosure remains the basis for rejecting such claim. This is a particularly fluid criterion, the cross-check. And another particularly fluid criterion is the objection of legitimate public interest, which is based on the Greek Constitution and Article 10 of the European Convention of Human Rights. To corroborate my skepticism, in 2021 and 2022, the Greek government submitted actions reports dealing with its execution for the Vasilakis judgment. These reports acknowledged that domestic courts had failed to distinguish between facts and value judgment in civil defamation cases, resulting in flawed legal assessment and disproportionate high damages against journalists. And of course, it is of high importance that the government translated the crucial judgment of European Court of Human Rights although most of the jurists in Greece know English, okay? So it's not a big deal for this that they translated the cases, but let's mention it. And at the same time, they have not carried out, just a moment, training programs for judges that they would face those lawsuits. A repeal of criminal provision combined with a translation of the contested decision cannot constitute a coherent plan to address slab lawsuits. I'm not very optimistic, as you see. And last but not least, it has not to do with law. The law has failed in many cases. It has failed in Gaza, has to do with international law. It has failed in Greece concerning the freedom and the individual rights. It has to do also with culture of politics. I mean, our politics here and our public figures are not eager to be criticized. And another factor is that most of our mass media have, how can I say this? Dependent financial relations with government or powerful political parties. I think that the subject is wider. It has nothing to do with the legislative measures. It has to do with political decisions and political culture. It's a social problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Aspa. You put very many layers to the discussion. Very briefly, because we need to move on, I will mention that already we saw first how, at least in the Croatian jurisdiction, we failed to make the argument that the elements are there to consider the slabs problem, which can be tackled also through the existing judgments. Thanks to Aspa, who very well summarized also and reminded us all of the main points of the Anti-SLAPS Directive, we see that we can argue, and perhaps it is also a learning experience for us how to argue better before the Committee of Ministers, that the elements are there. If they did not, they were not acknowledged as such in the judgment, the elements are there, and if someone has, because again it's a matter of political will at all levels, at the Committee of Ministers level as well, if the political will is there, arguments can be drawn and can be supported effectively. And then the third point, of course, that I retain is the fact of the deviousness that comes along with the solutions not coming from a place of well-meant and sincere will of upholding convention rights. So if this will is not there, we can have legislative developments. You very well put it that, and very often the convention system and the implementation mechanism jumps into crying victory and claiming victory when legislative amendments are in place. But this does not mean we have to be very vigilant and see what comes hand in hand with that, because then if another existing provision is used and we convey lawsuits through that provision, then of course we annul the positive impact of this development. Many things to discuss. Thank you very much again, Aspa, and we move fast forward to Susanna Nowicka, lawyer from the Freedom of Speech program at the Helsinki Foundation for Human Rights in Poland. Susanna is a lawyer with the Helsinki Foundation. She previously interned at the European Court of Justice in the chambers of the First Advocate General, Maciej Spunar. She is currently pursuing a PhD at the doctoral school in the social sciences, where she is analyzing strategic litigation from an argumentation theory perspective. We had the great pleasure of having Susanna with us at the opening conference of this project in Leipzig 2 years ago. So that's also an element we need to underline, the element of continuity in our work and cooperation and how we keep building on synergies. Susanna, you're here to talk to us about the situation in Poland. For better or for worse, Poland fits all kinds of discussions the last months and years. It is a true laboratory in every sense possible, politically, legally, which generates a lot of work for you, and also all the lights are, all the spotlight is on Poland. But there, perhaps we can also find some solutions or some seeds for solutions, because also also a lot of great work is being put from, Poland has a very strong civil society, and let's see how things have played out so far in the free speech realm. Susanna, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy that we keep you entertained in Poland. So I did prepare a presentation, so I might as well show it to you. The title is something, also a title of a Versfassung's blog post, which I prepared with Dominika Bychawska-Śniarska, whom you all probably know. So the story of the slap issue in Poland is a story we called From Zero to Hero. I have to be honest, I added at the end of the sentence, this time I believed it's better for it to be a question than a statement, because in the last couple of months I've lost some of the hopes of how swift the adoption of the anti-slap implementation of the anti-slap directive is going to be. Nevertheless, we do have some, there are some news I wanted to share with you, and also in the context, of course, of the implementation of the European Court of Human Rights Court's judgments. So first of all, a couple of words of introduction about how SLAP look like in Poland. So as you probably know, as was already mentioned, Poland was also one of the countries with the highest number of SLAPs, according to the case report, as well as the PETI report commissioned by the PETI Commission of the European Parliament. Nevertheless, it also has to be mentioned that Gazeta Wyborcza, a very prominent daily newspaper issued in Poland, which is currently facing around 70 different proceedings, SLAP-like proceedings, was very, very open about the legal struggles they're facing. So the number of SLAPs, reported number of SLAPs in Poland was very high, which does not necessarily mean that we were the maybe for once the worst case in Europe. But on the right and down you can see a screenshot from the case report that shows Poland with the highest number of SLAPs. Nevertheless, the issue of the biggest struggles we faced when faced with the problem was that SLAPs in Poland for a very long time were driven by politicians and by people who were currently in power. So the problem was that it was not only strategic lawsuits against public participation, it was also it was a part of a broader strategy of silencing independent media. And what I mean by that is also public media takeover, buyout of the Polska Press Group, which had local media outlets, some Lex TVN, which was trying to silence independent TV broadcaster, and this was also this was all part of a broader strategy. So interestingly enough, obviously, as this is also a characteristic of SLAPs, many cases, this was very common that many proceedings were initiated in relation to the same article or against the same person, but also, this is, at this point it's a bit funny, but it was not at the time. Also, a lot of politicians initiated the same proceedings in different regarding to the same news article, for example, in different capacities. So we had Minister of Justice Zbigniew Ziobro, who initiated proceedings as Minister of Justice, as a private individual Zbigniew Ziobro, and also as a Prosecutor General. And also, as you can guess, these procedures were funded with public money. But the climate had shifted a bit after that 2023 parliamentary election. As you all probably know, the current Minister of Justice is Adam Bodnar, who used to be a Polish ombudsman and used to work at Helsinki Foundation for Human Rights. So we are very hopeful. We felt very lucky when that change happened, and we are very hopeful regarding the anti-SLAP legislation. On the right side, you can also see a poster from the anti-SLAP conference that took place in Warsaw last year. I will go back to this. It's more important than my theme. So. First, let's go through the civil SLAPs. So the most common type of SLAP in Poland probably is the civil SLAP. The structure is very similar as to any other jurisdiction, so I will not delve into that. And what happened is that the work on the anti-SLAP directive, implementation of the anti-SLAP directive was very swift. The Civil Codification Commission presented a draft law already in January this year, which Max knows very well. We will be publishing an opinion together with Article 19 in a couple of days. But it has to be said that the draft law has some shortcomings. The most important one is that it's based on already existing mechanism in Polish law, which are very strictly interpreted by the court. So when we mentioned that we should already use the existing legal framework, I see it does make sense, and I see some potential there. But on the other hand, the concept of abuse of law in Poland is interpreted very strictly. So if it's very unlikely that the existing legal framework is going to be used, and it's also very unlikely that if the anti-SLAPP law bases on that concept, it's also very unlikely that it's going to be used against SLAPPs. And also what the issue that we already mentioned a couple of times during this panel is that Polish courts do have a very big issue with applying the freedom of speech standards in their jurisprudence, despite of very clear guidelines from the European Court of Human Rights, and also the translation of the judgments and sending it out to the courts is not very helpful. Sometimes some of the very paradoxical cases we know show that even if the court knows a little bit about the ECtHR jurisprudence, it still sometimes misapply that. So we know we have a very interesting judgment in which a court says that the freedom of speech standards in relation to a politician are actually not higher but lower, because if you offend them, they're going to lose the public trust they need to do their job, which is absolutely, as you know, au rebours in comparison to what is in that ECtHR judgments. However, all of the civil SLAPP cases, the implementation process of all of the SLAPP ECtHR cases is now closed, so we do not have really a lot of ground to be working on that, but there are some cases that are pending. One of them is also very interesting. It's a case concerning competition laws. So we will definitely be looking forward for the judge. We tried to file an amicus curiae brief, but the court did not agree to grant us that I don't know how to say that opportunity. So we will be waiting for the possibility of filing a Rule 9 communication. On the right side, you see a very interesting case which concerns a young 20-something environmental activist who said some ugly stuff about a multi-million state-owned company and unsurprisingly got sued. Luckily, after the change in the government, this case is probably going to be settled outside of court, but I also recommend you to tune in on Monday on 2 p.m. We have a discussion with Climate Defense on that matter. So now to criminal SLAPPs. Criminal SLAPPs are also very common in Poland. They can be criminal defamation cases can be initiated by private individuals, which means that they do fall within the definition of SLAPP as proposed by Coalition Against SLAPPs in Europe. And despite earlier promises, and this is why I mentioned the conference last year, the anti-SLAPP conference, the Minister of Justice Adam Bodnar did promise the decriminalization of defamation. Unluckily, it's been more than a year and this promise has not been fulfilled. And this Criminal Codification Commission did present a draft law which changes a bit the article that criminalizes defamation. Nevertheless, we do not think that this is enough for what's necessary to be in line with the ECtHR jurisprudence, but also the Council of Europe recommendations. This is on the right side where you can see the letter assigned. So you can see this is also a very interesting, I think, aspect of why a monitoring of the implementation process of the ECtHR judgments is important. Is we were for a very long time we were not really sure about what the new government is going to do with the criminal defamation, until we stumbled across an action report filed by them in one of the criminal defamation cases, in which they stated very explicitly, although they did not provide us that information even when we asked, they stated very explicitly what they're planning to do, which did so we had that knowledge. We at least, it was not what we were hoping for, but at least we knew what's going to happen. Thanks to EIN, thank you for the European Implementation Network, we also had a chance to organize a debate around criminal defamation in April this year, or March, sorry, I don't remember, with also a representative of the Criminal Codification Commission and someone from the Ombudsman Office. This was also a very nice occasion to exchange views, although what was for me very, very surprising and a bit disappointing is that neither the Ombudsman or other representatives of the civil of the commission, they did not share our views that criminal defamation should be decriminalized. But here at least we do have some room for maneuvers when it comes to implementation of the ECtHR judgments, meaning that we do have a group of 7 cases, of which the first one was issued 15 years, the judgment was issued 15 years ago, Kurłowicz v. Poland. We did already file rule line submissions in that group. Nevertheless, luckily, which we believe is very good news, they remain, their implementation process, they remain open. So we are thinking about refiling a rule line submission this time, pointing that criminal cases can also constitute SLAPs, and that comprehensive legal reform would require decriminalization. And to be brief, I also wanted, on the subject of the comprehensive legal reform, I also wanted to mention that in Poland, this is we have a broader issue of freedom of expression related crimes. Most of them do not really fit the more narrow SLAP definition, but nevertheless, their decriminalization, we believe, is important for the unhindered public debate to be possible. So, because most of these cases are initiated ex officio, they are not initiated by private individuals, and for that reason, they do not really fit into the definition. Nevertheless, examples include insulting a monument, which Asia Szymańska always says. I love this joke. She always says that before you come to Poland, you have to be careful because monuments have feelings in Poland. So in Poland, this is a crime. How it looks in practice, you can see the picture on the right side. It's a statue of John Paul II, the Pope, which was someone threw paint over him, relating to the allegations that he knew about the issues of pedophilia in the Catholic Church. That person, a student, is currently was sentenced. I see Maciek laughing. That student is currently facing suspended prison sentence. So this is also a case that I think it's already pending before the European Court of Human Rights. We also will be intervening then. And as to rule line submissions, we did file a rule line submission in offense against religious feelings case. Also on the right side, you can see Dorota Rabczewska. This is a judgment, Rabczewska versus Poland. She's a very famous Polish pop singer who said that people who read the Bible were on drugs, and was then convicted under the offense of religious feelings offense. She won in Strasbourg. And the case is still open, so we're looking very closely. We're very closely looking at the implementation process. To end on a lighter note, her at the time boyfriend was also a singer. Metal singer, and he was also convicted for tearing a Bible on stage during one of his performances. So whatever I feel or Maciek feels about their music, they definitely did a lot for freedom of speech in relation to religious feelings in Poland. So we're thankful for that. Just to add a last sentence, I think what I struggle with in my everyday work, and what I struggle with when it comes to cooperation with the Codification Commission, with the ministry, and with other people involved in the legislative process, is that I think that it would not really not take a lot to make the anti-SLAPP laws much better. But sometimes I feel like our calls and the work we do, all the opinions we draft, all the Rule 9 submissions we file, they sometimes fall on deaf ears when it comes to the government. And this is so that's why from zero to hero is for me now a question and not a statement. And I really hope that this is going to take a better turn. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zsuzsa. It is true that we cooperated with you through this narrow path of Rajewska for the purposes of this project, but of course also because the free speech problem and Article 10 related violations is wide in Poland, and we cooperate also in completely different contexts, and there's this big part of work we do together, and you lead that work in Poland as regards the freedom of expression of magistrates and prosecutors. That's a whole different story. We rather opted to have you intervene at this panel because SLAPPs is a big problem still in Poland, but the situation of the judges has somehow taken the spotlight for all the good reasons, and we still need to address this situation. And of course, as you mentioned, opportunities for cooperation remain, and we will keep exploring them together. Two things as a direct reaction to what you said. A common pattern we see concerns who are the serious slappers. I think everyone until now agreed that it is at least politicians. It can be other things. It can also be, and for other reasons, it can also be linked with financial interests or whatever. But politicians and judges do have very, very not at all thick skin. And I can share one brief anecdote from our first interaction with Ivan 2 years ago at an event of PACE, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, the subcommission of which on implementation of judgments was organizing a debate on free speech cases. And in the fringes of that meeting, a Greek politician who was attending approached me and started discussing with me. He knew my capacity, and still he started bragging about all the instances of slaps basically he was filing. He explained the context of those slaps. It was very below the convention threshold as far as I'm concerned, but I remember the phrase that he used. He said, slaps until, like lawsuits until the center of the earth freezes. So he was an MP attending an event to counter those phenomena, and still that freedom, the freedom some people have to consider it a natural path to defend their rights, which should be defended. No one said that they should not be defended, but for which there exist thresholds that have been put by the international fora, is important to be noted again and again, and we need to train them to keep. So part of our effort is to keep training them and keep changing that mentality. I think I will stop here, and I will give the floor to our last speaker for this panel, Maxim Popovic, who is a senior legal officer for Europe and Central Asia with Article 19. Article 19 has been a trusted interlocutor and collaborator with EIN for years. Another colleague of yours, Maxim, a former colleague of yours, was with us at the opening conference, but now we have you with us as a senior legal officer with the Law and Policy team of Article 19, a leading free speech NGO. You are a human rights lawyer who has a vast experience working for human rights organizations, think tanks, technical assistance projects, and the UN system. At Article 19, you lead the law and policy work on the situation with freedoms of expression and information in Central and Eastern Europe and Central Asia, and you focus on human rights-based responses to information threats such as disinformation and propaganda for war, as well as hate speech, defamation issues, media regulation, and freedom of expression in the situation of armed conflict. We cooperated with you in the other than the very useful exchanges we have held for general training and information purposes. We've greatly valued that Article 19 has supported many of the national activities of our partners and beneficiaries to this project. So a lot of the national advocacy events that happened with your participation, Article 19's participation, which we truly appreciate, because this hat of international expertise comes to be added to the very great national expertise that our colleagues are contributing. And more concretely, we cooperated in the context of a very specific case for the Italian jurisdiction, which nevertheless, the case is particular for the reasons that you will explain, but what is behind is a very big slabs problem in Italy. Like Greece, it's another jurisdiction that has both the criminal and the civil defamation limb, and it is up to you now to say where we stand in the finding of solutions, but I can already say as a kind of a teaser that we're not very progressed with that in the particular circumstances also of the Italian jurisdiction. Max, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for having me. I'm very aware of the fact that I'm the last obstacle before lunch, so I will try to be very brief. But really my presentation will consist of two parts. The first, I will speak about Belpietro case, which is a major Italian defamation case. And then I will make some broader observations on trends in defamation in Europe, in particular in the context of the anti-SLAPP directive transposition. So on Belpietro case, it's a fascinating case. Factually, it concerns the investigation of mafia crimes in Sicily. And there was an article in one of the newspapers, Italian newspapers, criticizing the prosecutors for not investigating mafia crimes thoroughly and for connections between mafia and the authorities on the island. And basically that the prosecutors considered themselves to be defamed, that they did a thorough investigation, what was their claim, and they launched defamation proceedings against two different defamation proceedings. One was against a politician, it was actually a senator who wrote the article, and the second proceeding was against the director of the newspaper, as it is called in Italy, so basically like the owner of the newspaper. And the first case with the politician was closed at the domestic level, interestingly. And then the second case, to cut long story short, resulted in a criminal conviction of Mr. Belpietro, and that resulted in a suspended prison sentence and the order to pay damages. The case went to the European Court, and predictably the European Court found the violation of Article 10, noting proportionality concerns, noting that even if suspended, a prison sentence is already enough to see the case failing the three-tier test, and making other observations as the court does in defamation cases. And then my organization, Article 19, did a submission, Rule 9 submission, at the level of implementation of the judgment. And obviously what we're interested in are the general measures that were unfortunately not implemented, to give you a spoiler. In Italy, so in parallel, there was a constitutional court proceeding against the provision in question, the Italian provision in question. And the Constitutional Court also found the provision unconstitutional. But the way it works in Italy is that the court then orders the parliament, or asks the parliament, to actually implement the reform, right? So it's not instantly, it cannot instantly repeal the law, but there needs to be a reform done by the parliament. And there have been a number of amendments tabled, but all of them were problematic and fell short of the actual reform. So again, to cut long story short, as of now, Italy has criminal defamation, has civil defamation. SLAPPs is a huge issue. I mean, depending how you classify Italy, but if you classify Italy in the Western Europe region, then it's probably one of the highest countries in terms of the number of slaps, and criminal cases are also an issue. Now, I will be happy to also answer specific questions about the case, but I also wanted to take the opportunity to sort of speak about broader things. But I will be concise, I promise. So I think it's because also we are a global organization, Article 19, and we work not only in Europe, but in other continents. It's important to bring in a global perspective. Yes, the European Court has made a lot of progress with becoming more robust in its judgments against defamation, but still the European Court has never said, let's face it, explicitly that criminal defamation as such is a violation of Article 10, right? It increased its scrutiny. It is particularly critical of imprisonment as a sanction, but it's not there yet with some other international institutions, interestingly. The Human Rights Committee, a while back in its General Comment 34, explicitly called on member states to decriminalize defamation full stop, and then added that imprisonment is never an appropriate penalty for defamation, regardless of the severity of the case. I mean, all countries represented here are parties to the ECtHR. So basically, all countries that maintain criminal defamation are basically in violation of Article 19 ECtHR as long as they maintain this legislation. Then, interestingly, in Africa, the African Court also reached a decision where they said, it was 2014, if I'm not mistaken, where they said also explicitly that criminal defamation as such is a disproportionate response. So Europe is lagging behind. If you look at the decriminalization trends globally, you have countries like Argentina and Mexico in Latin America, for example, decriminalizing defamation. Most recently, you have South Africa taking a robust decriminalization reform. You have other countries in Africa like Kenya and Ghana. And in Asia, for example, Sri Lanka is a very good example that has had defamation decriminalized for over 2 decades, almost 3 decades now. So you see examples of countries living normally without criminal defamation, and nothing is falling apart in these countries. So you have like these very good examples and arguments that can also be used in advocacy, to showcase these countries. And then in Europe, you might correct me if I miss something, but really it's only a handful of countries that have taken robust decriminalization reforms. I mean, we heard about Romania today, then there is Cyprus to some degree, there is Malta, Ireland, UK. I think that's it, unless I'm missing something. That's, the entire Council of Europe space, even if we go beyond the EU. And now it begs the question, if we are now in the year of the implementation of the anti-SLAPP directive, we have this policy impetus, right? We have legislators working on defamation proposals anyway, right? There is this space created. It is probably the best opportunity in years for a comprehensive defamation reform that will go beyond anti-SLAPP measures, but will also target things like decriminalization, also things like the issue of penalties, because, let's face it, the directive is great, but it sets only minimal standards. And even if we take, even if we assume that beyond cross-border cases, member states will also implement it for the domestic cases, even if we do that, the directive still falls short on other things. So, for example, it takes a very liberal approach to the remedies that are provided to defendants, right? There is a selection that can be chosen by jurisdictions, by member states. And it doesn't speak of a full compensation to plaintiffs that would go beyond the expenses. Then it does not really address the issue of capping damages and moving towards non-pecuniary damages. That's not robustly addressed in the directive either. And you have instruments like the Council of Europe's recommendation on SLAPPs, which has a more comprehensive list of indicators for early dismissal, has a better provision on expediency of proceedings, And that's very important in SLAPP cases, but in all defamation cases. For both parties, actually, if both parties are genuine, right? Obviously, if the party is acting with malice, they want it to be protracted. But if we have a legitimate defamation case of someone's reputation being hindered, we have to recognize these cases do exist. Except for SLAPPs, we also have legitimate defamation cases. It would be in the interest then of the plaintiff also to reach an expedient resolution, to have their reputation repaired quickly rather than being tangled in years of litigation. And it also gives us a good argument against criminal defamation. Because does a criminal prosecution really repair someone's reputation, right? If we take a very conceptual approach to the legitimate aim that is being pursued here, if the reputation is an issue, wouldn't it be better if a non-pecuniary, quick remedy is applied? So correction, apology, reply, right? Instead of arguing about damages, and obviously better than criminal defamation. And then some of the things that have been already mentioned, and maybe just to underline, in many states, so for example, in Croatia, we worked a lot on this. One of the seminal issues is this double prosecution, where you have both civil and criminal cases being opened, and sometimes they work at two different levels. So against the journalist and then against the editor-in-chief, right? So the plaintiff can basically fire two bullets at the same time, right? So you need to address this issue. So I think we need to now use the opportunity to go towards comprehensive reforms of defamation legislation that will also go beyond, that will first go beyond SLAPPs, yes, but also will go beyond the narrow definitions of what defamation means. And in Poland, you alluded to this a bit. Sometimes there are these other provisions in criminal codes and other provisions that are on insult, for example, or different types of injuring the feelings of others, right? That often overlap and intersect with defamation. So the danger is also with taking robust anti-SLAPP measures. You will implement them. It will be more difficult for plaintiffs to go for these civil cases. But if the national system has these criminal provisions, then the plaintiffs can go for these other provisions and basically target the same victims, but just with other legal tools. If criminal defamation is there, they will go for criminal defamation, right? If they have civil cases too difficult, let's go criminal. And if that is difficult, they will go for insult. They will go for other provisions. So it's really important for civil society to have this very big, comprehensive, holistic push against all kinds of things that concern that abusive plaintiffs use against public participation and beyond. Yeah, maybe I'll stop here. Maybe that's enough. But if there are questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you very much for the very interesting input, Max. On one hand, you demonstrated, you reminded us all what we knew already about the Italian jurisdiction, that although it is a jurisdiction that is faced with one of the biggest SLAPPs problems, perhaps at least from the countries that we discussed, it appears to be the one that is still quite behind. There is, at least in some countries, there's the acknowledgement and some first brainstorming or first steps, even timid steps, start being taken. It is a matter of further discussion and exploration why Italy is not there yet. And of course, we can link it to many things, the political situation, but we need to take a hard look at the mirror as well and see how civil society, and whether civil society is doing everything they can to support this work. And here, I think we also have a lot to say. But then you brought in this very interesting international perspective, and you reminded us that Europe must not be complacent. Yes, we're doing all these great efforts now, but there are places, and I was surprised to hear about some of them. I knew about some, but some are new to me, that still have achieved much more, that is not taking in enough visibility. So it's a good opportunity to hear about that, to bring into the discussion interlocutors from those success stories and successful jurisdictions, and think out of the box about synergies. And I could not agree more about the momentum element that you brought in. Yes, now it is a make or break moment, I would say. We have a lot to achieve if we coordinate among us on our advocacy goals. And we ought to put the threshold quite high, as you mentioned. So I will open the floor for questions, and then if there's time, I have a couple of mine for the panel, but because we also, I think we have Dunya waiting. Okay. Let's have a 10-minute exchange if there are questions. Frederick. Vincent?
Thank you so very much. Can the noise be disappear? Or perhaps not? What? Possibly that. Yes, thank you. A number of questions, but I mean a fascinating discussion. And perhaps I present myself, Frederick Sundberg. I was formerly head of the execution department. I started in the old court in 1984, so I've seen a number of things. I was there where Lingens was decided, for example, of interest for the distinction fact and value judgments. And from that perspective, the first remark is, when I hear your cases here, Ivan speaking about Stojanovic, and that fact and value in 2009 is still not understood, whereas Lingens is from 1986. When we thought, when we decided these cases in the European Court, that they would have an effect. Same thing with the Greek case you cited, which I cannot pronounce, Vasilakis, about prison sentences. That was Kompanian Matserev in 2004. So there is a big problem of reception which appears from this discussion. And that leads me to something, namely all the recommendations the committee ministers adopted in 2000 to 2008 in order to improve the reception of the convention. And the idea which was prevalent in the committee ministers that the convention had direct effect and the European Court's case had direct effect, something we acted upon at several ministerial conferences to, so to say, perhaps take pride of what had been achieved. But in fact, perhaps nothing was achieved. But I think that it's worthwhile, when you have cases of this kind, to bring back these recommendations and ask, why the hell has Parliament not thought about these things when they adopted this law? Why has there not been training? Why has no one thought about the effectiveness of remedies when the direct effect is not there? And also before the execution, when we started thinking about the simple publication being an execution measure, that was because there was direct effect. There could be a clear presumption that the states would respond quickly to the court's judgments. If that was not ensured, the idea at the time was then you continue to harass the state. You don't accept publication. You want facts. You want to see judgments which integrate the case law. You want to see prosecutors integrating things in their work. Now, I think this has been forgotten. And you think that the execution publication is just something like that. But it's not just something like that. It is indeed a measure of trust that direct effect functions. I have some further. That is when it comes to training and ensuring that direct effect really functions. No one has spoken about bar associations. I was taught very early in the European Court that our judgments would never become better than the pleadings before us. And I think there's a lot to be done with training, not only of judges, but also of lawyers, so that they plead well. Because if you have good pleadings, it's easy to render good judgments. But that's really an area where a lot can be done. the Scandinavian countries, for example, hardly have any training of lawyers in the European Convention of Human Rights. It's very strange, but I think something they have become aware of, and hopefully it will move. Then there was a point about the Committee of Ministers recommendation 2024, the one of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. No one has mentioned it when it comes to SLAPPs, but I think it's worthwhile bearing in mind that whereas the directive is not in force yet, covers trans-border defamation. The Committee of Ministers resolution defines SLAPPs in all circumstances. And perhaps a last comment, tying up with a lot of experience we've had, I can say the execution department, when I was working there, were not automatically in favor of decriminalization of defamation, because defamation was a crime which covered many things in many countries, also hate speech and incitement to violence and such things. Now, if you want to decriminalize defamation, you have to ensure that hate speech, incitement to violence is criminalized otherwise. The two go together. You cannot just say you decriminalize defamation. You have to see what kind of things are covered by defamation in the country in question. And only if it is what you can just attacks on honor, which are not hate of anything or inciting to violence or anything very grave, yes, then it can be decriminalized. But if it is in that country covering other things, then you have to be careful. You have to ensure that these other things get criminalized otherwise. I'll stop here, but fascinating. Thank you so very much.
Other questions?
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. Just to be short, I have two questions. One is for Aspa and one is from Susanna. So, Aspa, if I understood correctly, there is at least one judgment in which the court defines a case as SLAPP, or there is a mention of SLAPPs. And this, to me, is quite extraordinary and progressive, considering in Romania, where I come from, the government doesn't really acknowledge SLAPPs or doesn't see them, invoking the reason that we haven't transposed the directive yet, so therefore you can't qualify them. So, and from this perspective, it's quite extraordinary in itself that our case hasn't been closed and the Committee of Ministers is putting pressure from this. We have reported 0 SLAPPs to the Committee of to the European Commission from this perspective. So I was wondering, what do you think the reason for the judges' progressive attitude was, also thinking that we are having similar cases and we are making the argument that there is a directive and it doesn't go. It's just your courts are more progressive than ours, or is there any other reason? And related to that, because I don't know, are you going to extend the provisions to national cases as well, or will they help judges, or it doesn't really matter because they are progressive anyway and they are going to look at the case even if it's national through their directives lenses? So that would be my questions for you.
Can you please repeat the second part? You mean if we...
I didn't understand if the transposition, if during your transposition... Yes. Are you going to extend, because you were talking about a national case where the definition of SLAPP was mentioned, but the directive applies to transnational. Yes.
Any last question?
I had a question, but you have time because I don't want to take up. And for Susanna, I had a question. So, if I understood correctly, there is an issue with SLAPPs that public funds are being used. I wanted to know what exactly does that mean, and whether there is any discussion in the transposition process of how to correct that, because we have that in Romania and we think it is a fundamental issue of using public funds to basically prohibit public participation. So there's a, so yeah.
In that case, I will add two very brief questions of mine, and then I will give you the floor for brief answers, because we are looking, with many thanks to those for intervened, and of course to Frederick first for reminding these elements. Yes, the direct effect that allows us to consider publication as an adequate measure should not be forgotten, but then our trust in the direct effect needs to be sustained, which at this current juncture, not only with Article 10 cases, but in general, it's a whole discussion to have from scratch. And of course, I could not agree more that trainings is a big question, and we need lawyers who better litigate the cases at national level, that prepare better ground to stand on when we go internationally. But then we also need to discuss the element of strategic litigation, which will be rather discussed tomorrow, about how we better prepare ourselves and our colleagues to better litigate before the court, because if there is no judgment yet, as of yet, of the court framing the problem in SLAP's terminology, perhaps we should not only be looking at the court, but we need to be taking a hard look at the mirror and asking how we can better our game, improve our game. A very brief question to Ivan first about, this is where we stand now. We can discuss the reasons why the case was closed. Yes, the narrow approach, the procedural approach of the Committee of Ministers when it comes to closing cases, the way boxes are ticked allowed the closure despite the importance of the problem. How do we move on from that point onwards? So what do we do to overcome this obstacle, to turn it into an argument in favor for future work on these matters? How we use existing cases or synergies at national and international level to overcome this problem and turn this momentarily, hopefully, setback into groundwork for future progress. The kind of the same question for Max on the international level, how to best use the synergies that the elements for synergies that are out there. There are so many elements already. We tried in this 1.5 days to combine so many elements, which was it is always a difficult game and effort. But how about bringing that expertise into Europe, into the discussion about what is happening here, but also export our own good practices, because I guess we also have good practices to export. So I will just start with Asp.
Okay, concerning your question, whether our courts are progressive or not, I cannot have an answer with only two cases. And as I said before, while I was presenting my paper, Dimitriadis, the previous Secretary General, was something like the person that everyone accused for these wiretapping cases. First of all, the Prime Minister himself, he asked him to resign. Okay. I would call a court progressive if the Prime Minister itself or a minister filed a lawsuit against the journalists and it would be rejected. Okay, it has to do with the part, with the player. Okay, in the other case of Hellenic Gold, which has to do with a very powerful investor, the lawsuit was accepted in two instances. And the journalist Avroula Poulimeni and Alter Thes, a small mass media, are called to pay a very high damage compensation. Okay, so I have to watch the case law carefully through the years. Okay, so progressive courts or not, we will see it. As far as the directive Ratione Materia concerned, except from the directive, there was also a recommendation adopted also by the EU in 2022, which has also a direct effect that calls that the scope of the directive should also be applied in national cases. And there are some scientists that they ask it also, because it would be very compatible also with the European Union law. And in Greece, we don't have such cross-border lawsuits. It has to do with the legislative body, and also with the government, okay, which has the more of the majority. I'm not sure. I think it's correct that it should be also implemented. Okay. No, 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 I don't think so. Yes, she asked me if the Parliament would vote such an extent also the application of the directive in national in national cases.
Recording in progress.
And not only in cross-border lawsuits. And I say no, because the majority now is very friendly to these SLAPS lawsuits.
Thank you. And just one word, because I think that your question also went to the Strasbourg Court judgment with the elements of SLAPS. Am I correct? Or only the national ones? Okay.
The two national cases that were accepted.
Okay. Okay. Then I think you were covered. Max.
Oh, well, this is a big question, how to improve everything, basically. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a magical recipe, obviously, but I mean, I think I will say a lot of things that, you know, are just on the surface. I mean, if we have successful examples of reforms, even if, you know, partially, you know, a good case, or if we have, you know, a good cooperation in a commission. So I mean, I don't know. You would have to be an expert on a specific case. So for example, Georgiana, do I pronounce correctly? If you would say that, you know, the process that you had in 2006 with decriminalization at that time, if it was a good case that you could then, you know, involve the people who were the lawyers, the advocates who were involved in that situation to go to other countries and make the case that, you know, this is possible, you can do it, this is how it turned out. We have, you know, 20 years after that, you know, we have other issues, but it has not created this and this thing that you claim to be the issue now, that you claim to be the obstacle now to, right? So I think it's this way, and across continents, you know, the same. You can bring people from other countries. Obviously, it's easy to say, but then who will do it? Like I'm very, you know, weary of sort of dumping all of this on civil society and say, oh, you have to bring people from Sri Lanka and to, you know, tell people in Greece how defamation reforms work. Yeah, I think this is primarily on the institutions, right? And civil society plays an advocacy role. I don't think we should be shifting responsibility to civil society. Yes, we have to be self-critical. We have to, you know, be professional. We have to seize the opportunities. But ultimately, this is the job of the government, of the institutions, and you know, they have to be open to dialogue. We have to participate in the expert groups, working groups on this. But yeah, I would be cautious about sort of a complete turnaround and, you know, and saying that it is civil society's job. I will, if I can, just reply on the comment on defamation and hate speech, because I agree. Yes, it is dangerous. But, you know, there are many countries with a very clear defamation provision, like Italy, for example. Right? It's very clearly focused on the reputation only, or in Croatia, for example. Right? Yes. So I think, you know, the countries that have this bundled up together, I think it's an issue in of itself. Because they shouldn't be in the same bundle, because conceptually, incitement to violence concerns rights of others, right? And defamation cases concern reputations. So these should not be in the same provision. These should be cases heard separately. It should not be heard under the same umbrella. But this is a very interesting legalistic discussion. I mean, I just had to quickly say something, but yes.
A very quick reaction of my own. Of course, I did not mean to transpose the responsibility generally for creating the synergies to civil society. I was just having jurisdictions like Italy and Greece in mind, where, for reasons that we can discuss, civil society is not there yet fulfilling their full role at national level. So in Italy, for example, we have this established challenge of, with the exception of our great collaborators and EIN members, Strali and Child, who are carrying the torch of the convention and of the battle, we are still struggling to generate the interest on the implementation and on work on the convention. And here we need to see how to do things better. I think there is room for discussion. Ivan.
Well, three things pop to my mind. I think we have to continue doing what we are doing on the civil society front, civil society is in a devastating state. We are all, especially in this region, like we're hit a lot with the cuts of the Trump administration, the new multi-annual financial framework from which CERS will be founded for the next 7 years doesn't look pretty good. So hard times will continue. So I'm not so optimistic about how many of the organizations will survive and what kind of a capacities we will have. But what I know is that we have to try to make coalitions work even tighter and stronger. And in that regard, I see what we were doing in Croatia as a human rights house, working not only on Stojanovic cases, but mainly on a lot of cases regarding hate crime or hate speech that were pending before the court, basically reaching out to these small groups, offering them, okay, we know some people in Strasbourg, they're called EIN, they can help us and we can help you. So with God's praise, maybe we'll manage to make some kind of an impact. So these kind of a small steps, and it would be beneficial to have money dedicated to that, because all of this work aside of EIN support, which you didn't get it big, we didn't get it big as well, was only dedicated support for working on Rule 9 submissions that we had in 5 years that we are engaged on it. So how you can expect us to have more impact, because we don't have means to make better impact. But with all of that being said, Rule 9 and the implementation of the judgment is still the most effective advocacy tool we as human rights defenders have at our exposure, especially when it's combined with the other ones, with the UPR, with CCPR, with Commission's rule of law report. So we have to think in that way to emphasize and to strengthen our efforts on Rule 9 submission. Second thing, I truly believe something needs to be done on the domestic level of the implementation. Not everything can be communicated via Strasbourg. It's far away, it's expensive, it gets lost into translation. So we have to do something on the national level. And I think the key here, not the key, but the way that we should try to dig a little bit more are the parliaments. There should be discussion about what the government is doing to implement Stojanovic case before, Human Rights Committee at the Parliament, or at least at the level of the delegation of the Parliament to the Parliamentary Assembly. We had none of those discussions back at home, and I think there are examples from other European countries where these discussions were happening. This could at least put a little bit more of a seriousness to other governmental departments that should be involved in the execution of the judgments, to at least make an effort a little bit, and would provide us, as civil society, a forum where we could be speaking about the problems that we see. We put a lot of effort to writing Rule 9s that are then sent to Strasbourg. Usually we don't have money or time to translate that, but even if we do, we don't have time or interest from the media to actually get the media attention to that. That was our case with the Stojanovic. That concerns media. Can you imagine what is with the other cases that doesn't concern their skin? Basta, they don't exist. So, this is where we should find an effort for it. And to to your comment about, Frederick, to your comment about lawyers and education and the judges. We have a great experience of Croatian Journalists Association some years ago compiling and putting in place this Center for Defense of Freedom of Expression, where they have several dozens of lawyers working on this, that exchange between each other. So I would say lawyers are quite versed in Croatia to bring the arguments from the convention, from what other jurisdictions. The problem it is with judges, because they're holy cows. You cannot access them except through the Judicial Academy. They just won't turn out for the education, because who are we to educate their, Graceness or Highnesses or whatever they're called. And there is a bigger problem in the system because vocational training, lifelong education, whatever, that was coined a few decades ago, is not applicable for them raising in career. So they don't get points in attending this education, so they can apply to a higher bench. So that's a crucial problem. Like and it's connected to the political will. If there is a political will in the Ministry of Justice, in the government, to send that signal, to properly finance Judicial Academy, because they don't have money for it. You know how all of these trainings that I was saying before were financed through EU projects. You cannot rely on Brussels to finance the outstanding issues that you have at home. You have to invest into it, and our government is not doing that. And the final point, law students. Human rights is not taught at Croatian law schools as a separate subject, as a separate collegium. And if you would ask the deans of the law schools in Croatia, most of them, they would brag about that because it's cross-curricular. You know what cross-curricular means? That usually is not taught. That usually is not taught at all, and that's a huge problem. Direct implementation of the Strasbourg cases. They don't understand. They don't have the tools, legal tools to understand what a judgment means and how to apply it. The necessity test, proportionality test, that's like a space shuttle to them. Even when it's translated, when judgment is translated into Croatian. Imagine if it's not, that you have to use it from English or from French. And then imagine what's happening at the low-level municipal courts outside of Zagreb or bigger urban areas. So these are the issues that address to the cultural shifts that you were explaining. But I think legal profession has a lot to do, and that's I'm happy that we applied for a project. We'll see whether we are going to get it together with Helsinki Foundation and Apador to get with slabs discussion to the students. To widen their horizon and to start educating them from the early on, because that's the only window they'll get into the convention world. Because all of these things that we talked here today, for them they are not equipped to understand it, unfortunately. So we cannot expect them to judge to the higher standards that we are placing to them. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll be very brief, but I want to start with a quick comment on what Frederick said about the direct effect of the convention and the judgments. So this is something we as national lawyers remember about, and we did have a very nice moment at the foundation when the OMEMO v. Russia judgment was mentioned already, where a national court dismissed a lawsuit filed by a city because the OMEMO versus Russia judgment of the court says that entities vested with state powers should not file such lawsuits, that they will not be considered as aiming at a legitimate aim. Nevertheless, but also I would not be so optimistic about the judgment, the memo judgment, because it does mention SLAPs, but it does not mention it directly. It just refers to the nomen omen Dunia Majtovic statement on SLAPs. So we're still waiting for the court to actually call a concrete case a lawsuit against public participation. As to the public funds, yes, this was an issue we had, but this was under the previous government. So this was when Minister of Justice was using the public funds to file those lawsuits, and also using every time the same law firm, which, as you can imagine, made a lot of money during that time. But this is not something, honestly, I don't think I have any advice for you, because at this point this is not something that persists as an issue in Poland. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Exciting discussions on very topical matters. A lot of knowledge generated. I think we could go on for days with that discussion. Thank you very much for the quality of your presentations, your persistence also, that you don't give up in the face of challenges. We collectively don't give up, and we do so while having good time doing it, which is the most important of all amidst difficult circumstances. Thank you very much, and thank you also for the discussion. Now, we were supposed to have the pleasure and honor to have Ms. Dunja Mijatovic open our conference at the beginning of the day, but the demon of internet and problems with electricity cuts in Montenegro prevented Ms. Mijatovic from being able to join us in the morning, but in the meantime the problems were restored. I think it's still very useful and perhaps even more interesting to include her in the discussion at this point where our discussions in substance have kicked off. And I think Susanna gave a very good pass because she mentioned her statement, and overall I don't need to introduce Dunja Mijatovic to this public, at least to this audience and our audience online. I will just mention out of many important and weighty roles she has held, through which she did outstanding work on human rights matters, her most important and weighty roles through which we look forward to her expertise today, which is those, of course, of former Council of Europe Commissioner for Human Rights and former representative of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, OSCE, on freedom of media. Dear Ms. Mijatovic, dear Dunja, is she online, Vincent? We are very happy to have you with us online. Can you please confirm that you can see us and hear us? There she is. We can see you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you very well. Dear Dunja, thank you very much for joining us, for being with us. It is a great pleasure and honor. The evil forces that want to impede quality work on combating free speech challenges have prevented us from exchanging earlier today, but we persevere and we prevail in the end. So it is a great pleasure and honor to have you intervene to our closing conference on our Freedom of Expression project. We look forward to your insight.
Thank you very much. What else can I say at the very beginning but to really sincerely apologize. It was quite unfortunate that this morning there was a huge disruption. As you can see, also behind me, the scenery. I'm on holiday. I didn't try to hide it because at the moment I do not hold any official position. But I was very happy to have the opportunity to talk about something that is so close to my heart and the work I did. So once again, apologies, and maybe this is a good sort of start of maybe new practice that you have a keynote speaker just before lunch, so you digest the words that should be remembered for the continuation of the conference in some different period. So just a try, but I know that you were expecting me this morning. Anyway, I'm really happy to be with you. I also warn you, meanwhile, when I was listening to you, there were several disruptions. So if I disappear, you will know what happened. Hopefully it will not happen. So once again, I'm just checking, do you hear me? Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. So when it comes to this conference and the topic, I already stated the importance of it. And I'm really grateful for the organizers, not only for inviting me, but for your really tireless efforts over the past 2 years to strengthen the backbones of European human rights protection, which is actually the implementation that you already mentioned. The topic is, I would say, the one that cuts to the core of democratic fabric of Europe and beyond today. Freedom of expression is not just another right. It is the right that enables all other rights. And it allows us to question those in power, what is more important nowadays than this right, to expose wrongdoings, to demand justice, and to imagine alternatives. So the voice that we have is the most powerful tool, as I said on so many occasions. And that is why the attempts to suppress it and to cut it is something that is so present nowadays. And yet what we see across our continent and beyond, this right is being eroded, slowly in some places, rapidly in others, hidden in some places really exposed, but also dangerously in all those places affecting the democratic environment and the societies as a whole. This gathering takes place at a time when freedom of expression, once considered a settled pillar of democracies, is under relentless attack, both overtly and also in all different ways and forms. You already stated, that I worked as the OSCE representative on freedom of the media and also as Commissioner for Human Rights. But I think it's also worth mentioning the work I did in my home country, Bosnia and Herzegovina, in the Western Balkans, in the post-war and post-conflict environment, where freedom of expression actually was the right that we work on the most because of everything that is surrounded and everything that is affected in our life when freedom of expression is suppressed. In doing this work, I had the real privilege, but also a burden, I would say honestly, of witnessing this crisis unfold up close, from the courtrooms to the front lines, from newsrooms under siege to civil society spaces being affected day by day. I have seen what happens when, courageous individuals challenge power, when they speak truth, only to be met with legal harassment, police intimidation, smear campaigns, or worse. And we have numerous examples that I'm sure you will be mentioning. But I have also seen how court judgments, the role of Commissioner for Human Rights and many other mechanisms, High Commissioner for Human Rights and other mechanisms and special procedures, when they join their forces and when they implement the work that needs to be done. And this can change the laws, it can open spaces and also protect lives, ultimately. Why implementation matters? I think it's very important for us to be very clear. Judgments of the European Court of Human Rights are more than just pieces of paper. They are instruments of democratic renewal. They clarify obligations, name injustices, and point to remedies. But they only matter if they are put into practice. These failures to implement is not merely a technical problem that we see, it is a political, clearly political problem. And its heart lies a more, fundamental crisis. I think I just heard even talking about the lack of knowledge and information and people not being aware what they need to do. I tend to believe this, but I also believe that this is also part of the game for not really doing what needs to be done. because this crisis of democratic backsliding and the rise of liberalism and populism is something that is also affecting this. And the narrative, you know, we don't know how to do it. It's too early. We are, you know, still on the way to, you know, democracy that is really mature and understands, you know, what needs to be done. After so many years doing this, I simply do not buy it, to be very honest with you. The judgments of the court serve also as a legal and moral compass for all member states. They offer not only redress to victims, but blueprints for reform, reforms that are often resisted, delayed, or ignored. In my former role, I raised concerns repeatedly about the persistent gap between Strasbourg judgments and national realities. And the right to free expression is among the most violated rights in the court's case law. The implementation record that I'm sure you mentioned or you will mention during the conference is sobering. As of late 2022, over 100 leading free expression judgments remained pending implementation. And that means unresolved structural problems, uncorrected injustices, and uninformed systems that continue to violate rights. So what I observed across Europe and beyond was not merely a failure of, if I can call it, capacity. It was often a failure of political will. And in several countries, the resistance to implementing judgments on freedom of expression is not isolated. It is systemic and it is ideological. You know, I dare to say this. Illiberal tendencies are spreading across Europe like a virus. In some places, they arrived cloaked in legality or some kind of legality, wrapped in national security rhetoric, or disguised in public morality. And in others, they march in plainly floating democratic norms with impunity. Consider the case of Turkey, where over 250 judgments concerning freedom of expression remain pending. Journalists are in prison, human rights defenders, news outlets are shut down overnight, civil society is suffocated, or look at Azerbaijan, where judicial harassment of journalists and human rights defenders has become state policy. Georgia, too, now finds itself on a path with alarming legislation and a systemic campaign against independent voices. And all this I experienced and tried together with my team, you know, to do as much as we can, including third-party interventions that I did quite a lot, more than any other commissioner, which was probably the reason for it was a pandemic, because we had more time to work on submissions. And then, of course, the Rule 9 that I heard you mentioned, which was a new tool, at least for me as a commissioner in 2018, because we had to implement the rule and to start really dealing with it, which we did in numerous cases. And I think it's a very powerful tool, and it needs to be, you know, really done working together with the civil society. But the problems we see in Europe and beyond is not only problem in the so-called usual suspects. In established democracies, Italy, Poland, Greece, Croatia, we see a troubling normalization of slaps. These legal actions are not about justice, they're about intimidation. Their message is clear, speak out and you will pay the price, clear as that. And I mentioned Turkey, which I will do again, because my heart and my thoughts are really with so many friends and colleagues, many of them in prison. Failure of the international community, trying to do as much as we can, but not enough, obviously. I visited journalists imprisoned simply for doing their jobs. Great human rights defenders, academics charged with terrorism charges for signing peace petitions, and lawyers prosecuted for defending them. The implementation of Strasbourg judgments in such cases has been minimal or non-existent, not due to a lack of understanding, but because the rule of law itself is being hollowed out. In Azerbaijan, I met families of activists who were not only jailed but stripped of their dignity. And again, the court's judgments are treated as some kind of recommendations. I mean, that's too strong, rather than binding obligations. And now, tragically, Georgia, that country that I already mentioned, a country that once showed democratic promise, follow a dangerous trajectory. I visited Tbilisi in the early days of the foreign agent debate, and when I mentioned foreign agent, I can't continue my speech without mentioning the court judgments on foreign agents law in Russian Federation, which we had to wait for 13 years. And this is something, that needs to be remembered. In my address during the solemn hearing, I think it was in 2022, I mentioned this as a failure. The judgment was announced when Russian Federation was already out of the organization. And I think it played a very important role for many other examples and many other countries. Because the warning signs were clear: pressure of journalists, growing hostility towards independent media, and an increasingly liberal narrative from those in power. But sometimes, the procedures and again, political games behind are playing a very important role. But, as I said many times, and that's what was always a leading issue for me, we must not despair. There are important, hard-won victories. During my mandate, I followed, of course, the Lithuanian case closely, that you probably mentioned already. What began as a textbook example of state overreach, censoring a children's book, ended in a judgment that reaffirmed the right to freedom of expression and non-discrimination. A children's book by a lesbian author was restricted for allegedly violating public morals in the EU member state. Imagine. The court rightly found a violation of free expression, and through persistent effort, legal, political, and civil society engagement, the judgment was implemented, and the ban was lifted, and the message was clear: diversity is not a threat, it is a right. And the case of Moldova, that is already on your list, is also worth mentioning. And these successes are important, but they are fragile. They are vital reminders that change is possible when pressure is sustained and support is coordinated. In nearly every country I visited, civil society was the critical, absolutely crucial engine behind rights protection. I met investigative journalists who continue their work despite constant threats. And I'm really proud to say and honored that the contacts and the open door policy that I always had, with civil society continued, after I left the Council of Europe. So it didn't stop, people informing me, talking to me, and telling me what's going on, which is, something that I really respect and see that this is not just an official position, it's also your personal way of dealing with things that can make a change. NGOs also documented abuses no one else dared, speak of, and young lawyers who used ECtHR jurisprudence as their shield and sword, I would say. And these successes didn't happen by accident. They happened because people demanded accountability, which is really important, because lawyers, journalists, NGOs and community leaders, which are also important in this story, refused to let judgments gather dust in government's drawers. It is civil society that actually brings judgments to life. And it is the network pressure, national and international, that gives legal victories their meaning. So the EIN's network has been instrumental in this regard. By equipping civil society with the tools and strategies to engage with the implementation process, it has helped turn paper victories into lived realities. What I find crucial is that this freedom of expression project was the first ever example of specific theme, violation of the convention was tackled horizontally and globally at implementation level with extremely important results. With this, it constituted an innovative, I would say, precedent that opens up the way for similar exercises and demonstrates the need for synergies at national and international level in order to try to push reforms necessary for the effective implementation of judgments forward. And I would also use this opportunity to once again express my sincere gratitude to the coordination work of the really small but very powerful and knowledgeable team and great efforts of the project partners that recognize the importance of it and their collaborators across Europe. And I hope that this final conference will serve also in a way as a springboard for even deeper, broader and bolder engagement in the future. But we also need to adapt to some new realities. Disinformation is weaponized, AI is increasingly used to manipulate and censor and attack journalists, even though the place where I'm reside at the moment is really far away from any AI or rapid technological advancement. But it is important to mention to really stop, dealing with these things only as a threat, but also to see what can be done in order to use it for the benefits of the society. So the lines between state and non-state actors are blurring, and the spaces for dissent are shrinking, and we know this. And in an era marked by disinformation, all these global challenges, algorithmic implication of hate, and also geopolitical manipulation of media narratives that we are witnessing on a daily basis. The terrain of freedom of expression is far more complex than even a decade ago. So increasingly, I would say the states invoke national security or public order to restrict speech. But we also must be clear that security cannot become a pretext for censorship. And the court's case law has drawn careful lines here, and it is up to civil society and international organizations to defend them. So similarly, when attacks on the press are framed as legal disputes or tax audits sometimes, when censorship is outsourced to private actors or the regulatory authorities are used as a tool, the threat becomes, more visible, but also not less dangerous because it's visible. Because sometimes, we say when it's hidden, it's more dangerous. we also have to think the other way around. So, in order to finalize, I think it's important to mention, a few more things threats that we are seeing. And here I would like to mention concentrated media ownership, the politicization of regulatory bodies, the erosion of independent judiciary, and all those are not isolated problems. There are symptoms of deeper democratic decline. And if there is one thing I have learned during my years as commissioner, it is this: the right do not enforce themselves. Courts cannot compel change on their own. Implementation is a political act and often a struggle. But it is also a promise made to every individual who dares to speak, who dares to question or dissent. And in the end, the strength of our democracies will not be measured by the number of laws passed, but by the freedoms preserved. And freedom of expression is where that measure really begins. So where do we go from here? I just have a few suggestions. First, we must insist again and again that implementation is not optional. It is a legal duty and a democratic necessity. When states fail to implement, they are not merely ignoring Strasbourg. They are betraying their own citizens. Second, we must continue to support and empower civil society. Third, we need allies, the Council of Europe, the EU, national human rights institutions, the media have a role to play. And finally, we must speak out loudly and clearly against the rising tide of liberalism and populism, not just because it threatens free expression, but because it threatens the very idea of Europe as a space of democracy, dignity, and human rights. So, dear friends and dear colleagues, I know that the road is long, and I know the forces against are very powerful and very skilled. But I also know this, implementation is not just a bureaucratic exercise or a position of the official, which I never accepted. You're official, you need to work in some sort of, of course you need to follow the mandates, but you also need to stretch it in order to be successful. So it is also an act of resistance, a positive resistance, of courage, and also of hope, particularly for future generations and what we leave behind. Thank you very much.
Dear Dunja, thank you very much for this intervention. You proved in 20 brief minutes how all these matters that have fallen under your competence over the very many years that you have been serving the human rights cause and the convention system can be linked together. You offered us quotes for us to be able to rely on for 100 years of lifetime of EIN to follow. So thank you very much for that. Thank you for your kind words for the work not only of EIN but of our great civil society collaborators and friends who are working in increasingly difficult circumstances and narrowing space for our activities. Your work in your positions of responsibility remains difficult to be matched. Out of the many things you achieved, one, you mentioned yourself, you placed your personal imprint into the services of the collective work at institutional and professional level, and this is something we need. It is very important through this approach to pass the message that we take things personally, and the personal way in taking things, in approaching things, can leave an institutional imprint. And it is very important that this open doors policy, as you mentioned, remains in place, but someone had to initiate that. So this is very important. one brief question on my side, and I take it on me to restrict the rights of the audience to questions because we have taken a bit of delay. I would like to ask you, dear Dunya, through your different roles, you had the responsibility but also the privilege to see, to witness the work of different systems, human rights systems, regional systems, try to tackle problems that are common to the European states and beyond. Because this group of people, these friends and colleagues that are here today are also here to discuss synergies. I wanted to ask you from your perspective, where are we in terms of synergies? We concretely mentioned your role as the former Commissioner for Human Rights and also your former role that they always see. Are these two institutions doing everything that is possible in terms of cooperation and synergies to overcome free speech challenges? But beyond them, where do we stand in terms of synergies? How can we still develop them? How can the institutions among them bring this forward? And how can we as civil society meaningfully input to the extent that we're allowed? Because we are ready to contribute, but we're often barred from these cooperations. Thank you.
Thank you for this question. I mean, this was an issue that was raised on many occasions during my different tenures. Synergies are very important, but sometimes they are impossible. Why? Because, you know, the mandates are quite different. You know, when we talk about the OSCE representative,
we have the kind of problems that we're warned about. We will wait for a few seconds to see if this will be resolved. On Dunya's end, I think it's on Dunya's end. It's the internet problem that affect her participation all morning. So let's give her a few moments to see if she can be back with us. If not, I will ask her to, if she would be willing to convey the answer to that in writing so that we can share it with you. And of course, it will be included in the conclusions in the report that we will prepare as the ending material of this conference. Dunya, could you be back online with us? This seems to not be the case, in which case I will make sure to convey to her also, once the problems are resolved, our gratitude for intervening with her words of deep expertise and wisdom, which will stay with us as we plan and shape our future work on free speech matters. And we really look forward to having impactful professionals like Dunya on our side. With this, we have taken a considerable delay also due to the very many technical difficulties, so let's try to have a 30 minutes lunch until 2:30, and then with the help of the next panelists we will also try to catch up on the delay. We will do our best. Let's all be back also online in 30 minutes. Thank you.